Chapter 44. Tai Ta did not pay much attention to that. It's probably someone fighting with a magical beast. Jianshan agreed with that. However, with the memories of his past life, he had experienced things that Tai Ta could not compare to. In this environment, even the slightest movement would alert Jianshan, especially after being robbed by his schoolmates during the day. Jianshan became more and more vigilant of his surroundings. Jianshan had seen far too many people fail miserably at a simple task. He did not want to become one of them. Jianshan tried his best to listen to the movements in the distance with the subtle sounds that his ears caught. However, his brows gradually furrowed. He could already tell that it was not someone fighting with a magical beast, but two groups of people fighting each other. Moreover, the sounds of fighting were rapidly approaching them. Jianshan looked at Tai Ta and said, "Tai Ta, it's not someone fighting with a magical beast. It's two groups of people fighting. Moreover, from the sounds of it, they're rapidly approaching us. Prepare yourself. There might be a battle later." Jianshan did not choose to change his position. With their strength, they could protect themselves here. Moreover, he was not someone who was afraid of trouble. Tai Ta immediately became interested. He picked up the axe beside him and said, "Someone's probably been robbed again. Changyang Shoten, do you think we should go and take a look?" Jianshan sat down cross-legged in front of the fire with his iron rod in hand. He said, "No need. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll be able to reach us very quickly." Tai Ta sat down obediently. His face was extremely calm. Very soon, the sounds of fighting in the distance became louder and louder. Even Tai Ta could hear it clearly. Before long, several figures fled from the distance, running towards the fire that Jianshan and Tai Ta had lit. Behind them, black silhouettes kept flashing in the night sky. It was obvious that they were chasing after them. "My two friends, the people behind us are here to rob us of our magic cores. Not only are they extremely powerful, they also have more people than us. I hope that we can work together to fight them. Otherwise, the magic cores that we've painstakingly collected over the past 2 days will all end up in their pocket." Someone shouted from afar. Although Jianshan's group was only 2 people, if they joined, the strength of both sides would at least be equal. Hearing this voice, Jianshan frowned slightly. This voice gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Obviously, he didn't have a deep impression of it. Seeing that the 4 fleeing people were getting closer and closer to Jianshan, a figure suddenly shot out from behind at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 4 people, blocking their path. Then, he raised the huge sword in his hand and slashed at the person closest to him. The person fleeing at the front didn't back down either. He raised the saint weapon in his hand and fiercely slashed at the huge sword. Dang! The difference in strength between the two was clearly too great. With a low rumble, the person fleeing at the front was directly sent flying by the huge sword. In this short moment of delay, the pursuers had caught up with them. They surrounded the escaping people and attacked them fiercely. There were a total of 8 people chasing after them, and none of them were weak. The huge difference in numbers caused the escaping people to be suppressed by the other party. They bitterly held on, and it wouldn't be long before they were defeated. "Luo Jian, just you wait. I definitely won't let you go." An angry roar sounded from one of the fleeing people. The voice was clearly deep. Hearing this voice, Jianshan's face abruptly changed. Unlike before, this deep voice was extremely familiar to him. It was the voice of his big brother, Changyang Hu. "Big brother!" Jianshan called out. His voice was filled with surprise, and his eyes immediately sharpened. Without any hesitation, he charged towards the fleeing people with his metal rod. Seeing Jianshan's actions, Tai Ta followed closely behind Jianshan with his huge axe. After 3 days of interaction, Tai Ta seemed to have become completely obedient to Jianshan. Even Tai Ta probably didn't realize this himself. Actually, Tai Ta had been completely convinced by Jianshan's extraordinary battle prowess over the past 3 days, as well as his rich experience in surviving in the forest and his ability to think through problems. Jianshan's feet did not touch the ground as he quickly ran through the grass. He was extremely fast, approaching the two parties in the blink of an eye. The metal rod in his hand turned into an undetectable black streak in the night sky as he stabbed towards one of the people. From the person's figure and the direction of the voice, he had already recognized the person who was attacking. It was his big brother, Changyang Hu. Although everyone had noticed Jianshan and Tai Ta long ago and had been on guard at all times, Jianshan's speed was just too fast. There was no warning at all. Furthermore, everyone's vision was greatly affected by the sound of the night, so no one noticed the metal rod in Jianshan's hand that was only as thick as a finger. The tip of the metal rod stabbed deeply into the shoulder of the person attacking Changyang Hu, directly piercing through. Immediately, a miserable cry rang out in the dark night. Afterwards, before the injured person could react, Jianshan kicked him in the chest, sending him flying far away. Arg! At this moment, Tai Ta charged over as well. With a bellow, he raised his axe with both hands and swung it at one of the people. The person attacked by Tai Ta reacted quickly as well. He showed no fear at all when he saw the incoming axe. He directly raised his huge sword to receive it. Clang! With a great sound, Tai Ta's axe and the person's huge sword collided heavily. The two weapons separated as soon as they came in contact. Tai Ta stood where he was without moving at all, while the young man who had clashed with him was sent flying by the great force of the axe. Unless the difference in strength was too great, no one would be Tai Ta's opponent in a direct clash with the innate strength of Tai Ta. The young man who had clashed with Tai Ta suffered quite a bit from that single clash. However, another chip had appeared on Tai Ta's axe after the clash. Fortunately, the opponent was not very powerful. The energy contained within the saint weapon was still within the limits of the axe, or Tai Ta's axe probably would have been destroyed long ago. Arg! Tai Ta roared out furiously as he charged at the others with his axe again. Seeing this, two of the robbers immediately went to deal with Tai Ta. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, a person who didn't know Tai Ta's background clashed with Tai Ta's weapon again. Immediately, without exception, he was sent flying by the powerful force of Tai Ta's axe, causing another chip to appear on Tai Ta's axe. Although Tai Ta's axe was very hard, it was far from comparable to a saint weapon. This was because every saint weapon contained powerful energy. By relying on a saint weapon, one could unleash an attack that far exceeded one's own strength. However, these people were obviously too weak. Almost all of them were at the early stage of the saint realm. Even if the saint weapon could increase their attack power, it was still very limited. With such a small gap in strength, Tai Ta could use his natural advantage to balance them out. Even so, the axe in Tai Ta's hand could not withstand too many collisions. Be careful. He's extremely strong. Don't clash with his axe, the person who had been sent flying hurriedly warned. With his companion's warning, the remaining young man immediately became cautious. He no longer clashed with Tai Ta's axe. Instead, he used the gaps in Tai Ta's attacks to attack. Jianshan did not stop after injuring a person with lightning-like speed. With a slight twist of his staff, he shot towards the other person who was fighting Changyang Hu like a ghost. Under the cover of the night, the iron rod that had been dyed red to the point that it was almost black was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. It was extremely fast and silent as it wandered in the dark night sky, making it difficult for people to notice. Jianshan's staff stabbed out extremely quickly. Before the person fighting Changyang Hu could react, the tip of the staff had already pierced through his thigh. The person's expression suddenly changed. He let out a painful groan. His face was filled with pain, and he could not help but slow down his attacks. At this moment, Changyang Hu did not hold back at all. He swung his huge sword down and viciously chopped down on the young man's left arm. Immediately, the person let out a miserable cry. The bones in his right arm had been severed by Chongyanghu's sword. It drooped down powerlessly. Only the skin below the bones was still connected. Blood gushed out from his arm like a fountain. At this moment, a green light flashed in the night sky. A huge sword covered in a layer of green light slashed towards Jianchen at an extremely fast speed. Wind Saint Force. Seeing the huge sword covered in green light, Jianchen's expression became slightly more serious. Following that, he began to move in a profound manner. His body suddenly disappeared from where he was like a ghost. At the same time, the huge sword covered in green light slashed towards where Jianchen had been standing at an extremely fast speed. Jianchen stopped 3 meters away. Not far from where he had been standing, a person holding a huge sword stood there proudly. The person wore a tattered school uniform and was covered in blood. His face had already become dark and swarthy. It was impossible to recognize his appearance. Jianchen stared sharply at the person before him. He coldly snorted and said in a deep voice, "Luo Jian, I didn't think I'd meet you here." Hearing this, the young man was slightly surprised. The voice actually gave him a familiar feeling. He then carefully studied Jianchen. Although it was currently night, he was still able to clearly see Jianchen's appearance at such a close distance with the help of the bright moonlight in the sky. However, after 3 days of fighting in the forest and without a clear source of water, everyone's face was completely dark. It was impossible to recognize each other's appearance. However, when Chongyanghu, who was not far from Jianchen, heard Jianchen's voice, he was stunned at first. Then he looked at Jianchen in disbelief and cried out, Your fourth brother." Chongyanghu's voice was filled with surprise and disbelief. He could not be more familiar with Jianchen's tone. A sliver of understanding appeared on Luo Jian's face when he heard that. He sneered, "No wonder I found your voice rather familiar. So you're Chongyang Xiangtian. I never thought that you'd become a saint as well. You've really surprised me." A vicious light flashed through Luo Jian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 45. All right then. Be careful, brother. Luo Jian has already reached mid-saint. With that, Chongyanghu immediately went to support the others. Although he was very surprised that Jianchen had appeared in the third zone, Chongyanghu understood that this was not the time to get to the bottom of things. With the addition of Jianchen and Tai Ta, Chongyanghu and the others who had originally been at a disadvantage were now on par with their opponents. And because of Tai Ta's existence, they even gained a slight advantage. The battle had reached a stalemate and no one could gain the upper hand in a short period of time. Jianchen smiled faintly as he looked at the dark-faced Luo Jian. "Luo Jian, looks like not only will your robbery fail today, the monster cores you're clamoring for will probably change owners." Luo Jian became furious when he heard that. A sharp light flashed through his eyes as he growled, "Chongyang Shoten, you don't have the right to take away our monster cores." Jianchen looked at Luo Jian with a sliver of disdain. He said indifferently, "Then let's try. Let's see if I have the ability to take away your monster cores." With that, Jianchen did not waste any more words. With a sway of his body, he charged toward Luo Jian as quickly as he could. Using the cover of the night, the metal rod in his hand stabbed toward Luo Jian's chest like a venomous snake. A sliver of hidden killing intent flashed through Luo Jian's eyes. His huge sword suddenly flickered with azure light as he swung it toward Jianchen with an unstoppable force. Since Luo Jian possessed wind-attributed saint force and had reached mid-saint, he was much faster than the others. His attack was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Jianchen's expression remained the same as he stared at the huge sword that was heading towards him. He then shifted his body slightly, dodging the huge sword by a hair's breadth. The iron rod in his hand did not change its trajectory, directly stabbing towards Luo Jian's chest. Luo Jian's expression changed slightly. Jianchen's attack was extremely fast. At this critical moment, he did not have time to pull back his sword to block. However, his reaction was not slow either. He had already mobilized all of his wind-attributed Saint force and controlled his body to rapidly retreat. At the same time, he did his best to pull back his sword. Luo Jian's retreat was extremely fast. When Jianshan's metal rod touched his clothes, Luo Jian had already escaped from Jianshan's attack range. At the same time, he pulled back his sword and gathered Saint force in his hands. He swung his sword at Jianshan. Luo Jian's attack was extremely simple, but in Jianshan's eyes, it was just a random slash without any technique. Even so, Jianshan did not dare to underestimate Luo Jian's attack. Jianshan leaped up and dodged Luo Jian's sword. He then kicked off a nearby tree and leaped toward Luo Jian. With a slight tremble of his arm, Jianshan left behind a faint afterimage as he extended his arm at an extremely fast speed. The metal rod in his hand turned into a streak of black light, stabbing toward Luo Jian with lightning speed. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. Luo Jian only saw a blur before Jianshan's metal rod arrived in front of him. This time, Jianshan's sword was so fast that he did not even have time to react. He did not even have time to dodge. The tip of the metal rod had already stabbed into his chest. Luo Jian's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the metal rod that had already stabbed into his chest in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief, despair, and fear. With the speed of the rod, he was unable to block it at all. He did not even have the ability to stop it because the rod was just too fast this time. It was so fast that even an intermediate saint with wind-attributed saint force like him could not react in time. If the rod had pierced Luo Jian's chest, he would have been heavily injured even if he did not die. However, what happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Just as Jianshan's metal rod stabbed into Luo Jian's chest, it suddenly stopped and a strand of pure saint force surged into Luo Jian's body. Afterward, Jianshan pulled out the rod and somersaulted in the air to reduce the force of the charge. He flew over Luo Jian's head and landed firmly on the ground. The strand of pure saint force he had left in Luo Jian's body suddenly exploded as soon as the rod left Luo Jian's body. The ripples of energy wreaked havoc in Luo Jian's body, destroying his organs. Spurt! Luo Jian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain coming from his body made him, who rarely experienced such a feeling, involuntarily let out a miserable scream. He fell to the ground and rolled around in pain without caring about his image. Luo Jian's miserable cries were exceptionally miserable, immediately attracting the attention of everyone who was fighting. However, when their gazes landed on Luo Jian, who was rolling around in pain on the ground, apart from Tai Ta, everyone could not help but be stunned. From their eyes there was still a sliver of deep shock, but there was even more disbelief. After dealing with Luo Jian, Jianshan did not plan on letting the group of people go. He charged into the circle with his rod. If he had not coincidentally encountered Changyang, who today, not only would all the monster cores in Changyang whose hands have ended up in their hands, he would probably have been heavily injured as well. With the addition of Jianshan, the originally equal strength between the two sides was immediately broken. Although Jianshan's saint force was not as strong as everyone else's, his battle prowess was undoubtedly the strongest among them. In his previous life, Jianshan had become famous in the Jianghu with his unbreakable sword skills. Moreover, his sword skills had reached perfection, making it impossible for people to guard against. Therefore, his attacks were extremely fast, sometimes so fast that it was unimaginable. It was impossible for people to catch him with their eyes. Although Jianshan was currently using an iron rod and was unable to display his true strength, it was still not something these inexperienced students could compare with. Under his exquisite sword skills, the battle quickly ended. Until the end of the battle, no one had discovered that Jianshan was not using a saint weapon, but only an iron rod. After the battle, the few students who had snatched the monster cores were all lying on the ground with wounds on their bodies. There was a bloody hole in each of their bodies, and they looked at Jianchen with fear in their eyes. Looking at the 8 youths lying on the ground, although Changyang Hu and the other 3 suffered injuries of varying degrees, their eyes revealed a victorious smile. The 3 youths who were with Changyang Hu looked at Jianchen with admiration and gratitude. Changyang Hu, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful 4th brother. You really surprised us. Yeah, Changyang Hu, although I've heard that your 4th brother's strength is not bad, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even Luo Jian, a mid-level saint, was defeated by him. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to your 4th brother's help this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to keep the monster cores in our hands. The 3 youths were clearly on good terms with Changyang Hu, and they all sighed with joy. At this moment, Jianchen came to Changyang Hu's side and glanced at the wounds on his body. He asked with concern, "Brother, are your injuries serious?" Hearing this, Changyang Hu shook his head indifferently. He was pleasantly surprised and looked at Jianchen happily. It's fine, it's fine. These are just some minor injuries. Don't forget that my saint force is of the earth attribute. My defense is much stronger than ordinary people's. Changyang Hu paused and asked, "By the way, 4th brother, why did you come to the 3rd zone? I remember that you weren't a saint before we entered the forest. Also, when did you become so powerful that you could defeat Luo Jian?" Changyang Hu asked curiously. Jianchen smiled. "Brother, I'll tell you about these things when we have time. Right now, let's deal with the matter at hand." Jianchen glanced at the students lying on the ground. "Brother, how do you plan on punishing these people?" Changyang Hu thought for a moment. "4th brother, I'll leave it to you. If it weren't for you, all of our monster cores would have fallen into their hands." Jianchen smiled meaningfully. "Since that's the case, why should we be polite to them? Let's just plunder all the monster cores in their space belt." Jianchen's suggestion received everyone's approval. Afterwards, Changyang Hu and the other 3 took off all the space belts under the resentful and angry gazes of Luo Jian's group before plundering all the monster cores inside. After a round of counting, the 8 of them had placed over 130 monster cores in their space belt. Even Jianchen was surprised by this number. Changyang Hu exclaimed, "I didn't expect them to have so many monster cores. It seems like they must have robbed a lot of people before. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to kill so many magical beasts in 3 days with their strength." Jianchen nodded in agreement. "Brother, let's divide these monster cores into 6 parts. We'll each have 1. "That won't do." As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, a young man stood up and said, "Changyang Shoten, it's all thanks to you and this brother that we were able to obtain these monster cores. We didn't contribute much, so you should keep these monster cores yourselves. Don't share them with us." The young man's words were quickly approved by the other 2. Immediately, another person said, "Oz is right. Changyang Shoten, if it weren't for you and this brother, we wouldn't have been able to keep our own monster cores, let alone defeat them. Now that we can protect our own monster cores from falling into their hands, we feel very satisfied. As for these monster cores, we won't take them." "That's right. Changyang Shoten, it's all thanks to you and this brother that we were able to obtain so many monster cores. How can we have the nerve to share them?" Jianchen's eyes flashed with a bright light. His gaze was fixed on the expressions of the 3 people. However, he could only see sincerity in their eyes. There wasn't the slightest hint of falsehood in them. Jianchen saw the expressions of the 3 people and it made Jianchen's impression of them a lot better. However, Jianchen couldn't help but admire his brother, Changyang Hu. He didn't expect him to be able to make friends with these 3 straightforward characters. Although Changyang Hu looked a little silly, the attentive Jianchen understood that Changyang Hu wasn't stupid. Chapter 46. Haha, 4th brother is right. All of us have contributed to this matter. Now, let's do it according to 4th brother's method. Fourth brother and this brother will take half of these magic cores. The other half will be divided equally among us. Changyang Hu laughed. Jianchen was his younger brother. Even though they had the same father but different mothers, this did not affect their relationship at all. He would not be polite to Jianchen. Since Changyang Hu had said so, the other three could not refuse. They all accepted the monster cores excitedly. On average, the four of them each received a dozen monster cores, which made them very happy. This amount was equivalent to what they had obtained from hunting magical beasts in the past 3 days. Jianchen and the others did not plan to stay any longer. After changing positions, they started a new fire and continued to roast the meat. The 6 of them sat in a circle around the fire. Changyang Hu smiled. "Brother, let me introduce you. These 3 are my best friends. They're Oz, Oba, and Dyer." Changyang Hu pointed at the 3 of them and said, "Brother, Oz and Oba are twins. They look exactly the same. Once they wash the dirt off their faces, you won't be able to tell who's Oz and who's Oba." Jianchen smiled faintly as he greeted the 3 of them one by one. After chatting for a while, they gradually became familiar with each other. They even knew Tai Ta's name. At this moment, Changyang Hu became serious and said, "Brother, I remember that you weren't a saint before we entered the forest. How did you appear in the 3rd zone now? And you're so powerful. You actually defeated Luo Jian, an intermediate saint with wind attribute saint force. Could it be that you've become a saint in the past 3 days?" Changyang Hu's question was also what the other 3 were concerned about. As soon as they heard Changyang Hu's question, Dyer and Oba immediately focused their attention on Jianchen. Jianchen defeating Luo Jian was undoubtedly a huge shock to them. Although they had heard about Jianchen's extraordinary strength in the academy, it was far from exaggerated to such an extent. Jianchen smiled and handed the iron rod in his hand to Changyang Hu. "Brother, take a look. If I become a saint, would I still need to use a weapon like this?" Changyang Hu took the iron rod. With just one look, he could tell that it was a rusty iron rod that had been dyed black with blood. This. Changyang Hu's eyes widened as he stared at the rusty iron rod in disbelief. He was so shocked that he could not speak. He never would have thought that Jianchen could defeat Luo Jian with a rusty iron rod. If it had not happened right before his eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. At this moment, Dyer and Oba also looked at the iron rod in Changyang Hu's hand. After sizing it up, the 3 of them were also filled with disbelief and shock. They looked at Jianchen as if they were looking at a monster. Looking at their expressions, Jianchen chuckled and said, "With me and Tai Ta working together, the magical beasts in the 2nd region are no longer a challenge to us. That's why Tai Ta and I came to the 3rd region." Hearing this, Changyang Hu and the other 3 could not help but feel speechless. The magical beasts in the 2nd region were 1st-rank magical beasts. Although they were relatively weak and did not have strong attack power, it was still very difficult for an ordinary saint to deal with them. However, Jianchen and Dyer had obviously not become saints yet, but they dared to say that the magical beasts in the 2nd region were no longer a challenge to them. This made the 4, including Changyang Hu, curse Jianchen and Dyer in their hearts. After a while, Changyang Hu and the others finally returned to their senses. Changyang Hu continued to ask, "Fourth brother, you're already so powerful before becoming a saint. I really don't know how powerful you'll become once you become a saint." Changyang Hu paused before continuing, "By the way, fourth brother, when do you think you'll become a saint?" Jianchen pondered for a moment before replying, "I've already reached the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force. Once I leave the forest, I plan to break through to the Saint realm." Changyang Hu gasped. He looked at Jianchen with surprise and shock. "Fourth brother, you're really too powerful. When you came to the academy a few months ago, you were only at 80% of Saint Force. I never thought that you'd reach the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force so quickly." Hearing this, the 3 of them could not help but sigh in amazement. The way they looked at Jianchen had completely changed. Jianchen's cultivation speed was so fast and his strength was so unbelievably powerful. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. At this moment, the three of them had already decided that they had to be on good terms with Jianchen in the future. They definitely could not offend him. Jianchen smiled carelessly and said, "Big brother, I've noticed that there seem to be many people fighting over monster cores in the third region. What's going on?" Hearing this, Changyang sighed. "I don't know who started this, but it's said that on the second day, a group of people started stealing monster cores from other people in the third region by relying on their numbers. The stealing of monster cores in the third region was also caused by them. When this matter spread, all the students in the third region followed suit. They formed groups and began stealing monster cores. After all, not only are there not many Class 2 magical beasts, they're also extremely difficult to kill. Killing them only gives you a single monster core. Stealing monster cores is much easier than killing them, and if you're lucky, you can even steal multiple monster cores at once. So, now that things have developed to this point, all the students in the third district are fighting each other. Many of the students who are left behind, or those who are in small groups, are unable to protect the magic cores that they have painstakingly hunted for and have been snatched away by others. As a result, many of the injured students have left the forest in advance, and there are not many people left in the third district now. Don't the teachers hiding in the shadows just ignore it? Tai Ta could not help but ask. As long as it doesn't harm lives, or if we encounter a magical beast, the teachers hiding in the shadows won't appear. After all, the reason why we've been called to the forest to hunt magical beasts is actually a form of training for us. At the same time, the stealing of monster cores this time is a test of our strength and unity. After all, things like this happen everywhere on the continent. We're just experiencing it early, said one of the Oba brothers. Oh! Tai Ta came to a realization. Jianchen suddenly smiled strangely. He looked at Changyang group of four and said, "Since others can steal from us, why can't we take the initiative to steal from them? I wonder if you're willing to go all out." The eyes of Changyang group of four lit up when they heard Jianchen's words. "All right, let's do it. Changyang Shoten, I'll follow you." Diarrhea immediately stood up and stared at Changyang Xiangtian in excitement as he spoke in a heroic manner. "That's right. We weren't strong enough before, so we could only run away. But now that Changyang Shoten has joined us, even if we encounter a team with a mid-level saint, it's not impossible for us to win. Since that's the case, let's take advantage of this last night and do a good job." The Oba brothers were also in high spirit. "All right, fourth brother, I'll listen to you." Changyang also expressed his opinion excitedly. As for Tai Ta, he had no objections. These days, Tai Ta had already followed Jianchen's decision. After that, everyone ate their fill. After some discussion, they decided to let the Oba brothers search for targets in the surroundings, while Jianchen's group of four stayed behind to wait for news. Bama and his two brothers came back very quickly. At the same time, they found a group of 5 people about 5 miles away. Jianchen's group immediately set off. Under the leadership of the Oba brothers, they advanced toward the target 5 miles away. When Jianchen's group arrived at the location, the 5 people had just filled in the blanks and were preparing to rest. They were caught off guard by Jianchen's group. Because the 5 of them were at the beginner saint level, they were quickly defeated by Jianchen's group. However, there weren't many magic cores looted from them. There were only 20 or so magic cores. After taking the magic cores, Jianchen's group didn't make things difficult for them and immediately left. For the whole night, Jianchen's group didn't sleep. They were all looking for their target in the forest. There weren't many people left in the third area. After half a night, Jianchen's group only found 3 groups of people. However, what made them laugh was that there was a group of people who had the same goal as them. They met halfway and started fighting without saying anything. There were 6 people in this group. the same number as Jianshan's group. Moreover, there were 2 intermediate saints among them. They were very powerful. However, the 2 intermediate saints were blocked by Jianshan and Taita. In the end, they were injured by Jianshan's group and obtained the final victory. From this group of people, Jianshan's group collected more than 150 magic cores. It seemed that many students' magic cores had been snatched away by the 6 of them. After going through 3 battles, apart from Jianshan, everyone was covered in wounds. Apart from Taita, who had thick skin, they couldn't continue fighting. Helpless, they could only find a secret place to pass the rest of the night peacefully. Although Jianshan and Taita were still unsatisfied and wanted to rob a few more people, Changyang, whose group of 4, couldn't fight anymore. At this moment, the 2 of them had to stay behind to protect them and prevent any unexpected situations. However, it had to be said that Jianshan's group had a bountiful harvest. Apart from the first group of people, who only had around 20 magic cores, the other 2 groups had obtained around 70 and 150 magic cores respectively. In total, there were close to 260 magic cores. Looking at so many magic cores, Jianshan even suspected that the number of magic cores they had was already half of the total number of magic cores the students had killed in the 3rd area. The rest of the night passed peacefully. At dawn the next day, Jianshan's group set off for the outskirts of the forest. Changyang, whose group's wounds had already begun to slowly heal after applying some ointment. These ointment had been prepared by themselves when they received the space belts from the academy. Chapter 47. P.S. There was a sudden power outage at home, so I couldn't update last night. Please forgive me, but I'll update it today. Jianshan's group of 6 walked towards the outskirts of the forest unhurriedly. 3 days had already passed. If they could successfully protect these monster cores and walk out of the forest, then they would have completed their mission perfectly. Moreover, these monster cores would not be taken back by the academy. They would completely belong to them. Jianshan and the others were very cautious as they walked. This was the time when things could easily happen. Furthermore, after the battles last night, apart from him and Taita, who still maintained their fighting strength, Changyang, Hu and the others were all injured. They could not even use half of their usual strength. If they were attacked by someone powerful, then a fierce battle would be unavoidable. This was something that Jianshan did not want to see. Jianshan walked in front, with Taita at the back. The group moved forward in a straight line. The faint white barrier in the sky rippled from time to time, quickly spreading in the same direction. When the sun had just risen today, the barrier in the sky that enveloped the entire forest had undergone such a change, pointing out the exit for the students who had lost their way in the forest. Jianshan's mind was on high alert as he constantly paid attention to his surroundings. The 3rd zone was not as peaceful as the 2nd zone. Here, not only did they have to be on guard against the magical beasts that could appear at any time, they also had to be on guard against the students. Perhaps there were people waiting for them in some hidden bushes. Furthermore, the closer they were to the exit, the greater the danger factor. After all, the barrier in the sky had already pointed out the direction of the exit, and the students who were still in the forest were all moving in the same direction. This undoubtedly provided some convenience for the people waiting for them. A few hours later, Jianshan and Taita were getting closer and closer to the exit of the 3rd zone. The journey seemed rather peaceful, but they would come across the corpse of a magical beast every once in a while. In some places there were even 2 or 3 magical beast corpses at the same time. After a few more hours of traveling, the group finally arrived at the exit of the 3rd zone. They passed through the barrier very smoothly and arrived in the 2nd zone. At this moment, everyone could not help but let out a sigh of relief. They all understood that the demon cores they were shouting about were safe. This was because once they left the 3rd zone, regardless of whether or not they collected the 2 demon cores, the mission was considered to be over. There was simply no one who dared to try and steal anything here. I never thought the journey would be so peaceful. That's really beyond my expectations. Chongyang, who smiled happily. His voice was tinged with excitement. Oba also happily said, "Yeah, I thought we'd be attacked on the way out. I never thought it would be so peaceful. That's really beyond my expectations." Daira reached out and touched the space belt on his waist. He smiled and said, "I reckon that the people who stole the monster cores in the third zone have all suffered some injuries. They don't have the energy to rob people on the way. Moreover, most of them are in the same situation as us. They only want to protect themselves. They're satisfied as long as they can leave the third zone safely. They don't have the energy to rob people on the way." "Yeah, that's right. It makes sense." Tai Ta nodded in agreement. Jianchen shook his head slightly and said, "It's not like what you think. In fact, there are still people lying in ambush along the way. It's just that you haven't noticed them. Those people lying in ambush might have seen that we have a large number of people and couldn't estimate our strength. They weren't sure if they could take us down, so they didn't make a move on us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to leave the third zone so safely." When they heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Chongyang, who let out a long sigh. He said, "Fortunately, fourth brother told us to pretend that we were fine. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so lucky if those people knew that we were all injured." Oba and the other two nodded in agreement. They looked at Jianchen with a trace of admiration. "All right, let's hurry up and get out of here. Once we get back to the academy, you should recuperate well." The six of them continued to make their way to the first zone. As they got closer to the exit of the first zone, the number of academies in the surroundings gradually increased. Although there were definitely many people who gave up on the mission along the way, there were still over 1,000 people who entered the forest this time. Even if more than half of them gave up on the mission, there were still a few hundred people left. With just a few hundred people scattered across the vast forest, it was almost impossible for them to run into each other. As a result, not many people were able to meet in the forest. Jianchen looked around at the other academies who were making their way to the first zone like him. He noticed that most of the male students were half naked and covered in wounds. However, without exception, all of them were in a sorry state. Their upper bodies were covered in mud, and it was impossible to distinguish their appearances from their unkempt faces. Only some of the girls were still wearing their school uniforms, but without exception, their school uniforms were dirty and full of crack. They looked worse than beggars' clothes. Some of the places where the clothes didn't cover their bodies were covered by wide leave. They looked extremely miserable. Among them, there were a few who were unable to walk due to the injuries on their legs. They were being supported by their companions as they made their way out of the forest step by step. Perhaps due to the large number of people in this area, there were no magical beasts coming in and out. It was relatively safe along the way. Soon, Jianchen's group passed through the first zone according to the direction indicated by the enchantment in the sky and finally walked out of the forest. Outside the enchantment, Vice President Bayan was wearing a white robe. He was standing there with his back straight. One step behind him, there were a few indifferent-looking academy teachers. Behind them, there was a large group of Kargath Academy students. The total number of students was close to 1,000. They were divided into two camps. The number of people in the right camp was several times more than the other camp. Although some of them were wearing school uniforms that were covered in mud, there were very few damaged areas. Overall, they seemed to be in good condition. The other group was in a more sorry state. Their school uniforms were tattered and stained with blood. Through the cracks on their school uniforms, one could vaguely see the scars on their bodies. The people in the left camp were only about 200 people. Without exception, all of them were in a sorry state. Most of them were wearing clothes made of tree bark or animal skin. Among them, there were quite a number of people who were half naked. However, at this moment, everyone who walked out of the forest was arranged by a teacher to gather with the people in the left camp. Afterwards, Jianchen's group sat on the grass and waited quietly. At this moment, He understood that the people in the left camp were all people who stayed in the forest for 3 days and only came out today. As for the people in the right camp, they were all people who left the forest within 3 days. According to the Academy's rules, regardless of whether they obtained 2 magic cores or not, the mission was considered a failure. Looking around, Jianchen discovered that the people in the same camp as him had a gloomy expression. There were also some people who were looking at others with deep anger in their eyes. It was as if their eyes were about to spit out flames. At this moment, Jianchen seemed to have sensed something. He looked back slightly and saw a person with a dark face wearing animal skin and being supported by 2 students who were dressed the same as him. The person was looking at him with a venomous gaze. His eyes were filled with raging anger and a strong killing intent. Jianchen looked the person up and down, and then a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already recognized that person. It was Luo Jian. Although Jianchen knew that he had completely offended Luo Jian after what happened last night, Jianchen did not care about it. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Luo Jian at all. Once he condensed a holy weapon and advanced to the Saint Realm, Luo Jian would be even less of a threat to him. In terms of family power, although Jianchen was not clear about the strength of Changyang Prefecture, from all aspects, the strength of Changyang Prefecture was obviously not weak. Although Luo Jian was the son of the head of the Luo family, a powerful force in the Forbidden City, in Jianchen's view, the Luo family would not come out to embarrass him for such a trivial matter. After all, Luo Jian was injured by him when he accepted the mission of the Academy. And at that time, Luo Jian attacked his elder brother and others first. Later, when all the people in the forest came out, the number of people in Jianchen's camp had increased to 300 or 400 people. At this time, Vice Principal Bai En came to the front of the crowd. His eyes swept over the group of students on the left who were in a sorry state. A smile appeared on his face as he said in a loud voice, "Very good, you really didn't disappoint me. I didn't expect that in this year's magical beast hunt, there would be more people who could stay in the forest for 3 days. Now, everyone maintain the current formation and set off towards the academy." Later, the whole team maintained 2 camps and moved quickly in the direction of the academy. When they passed by a small river, they washed their faces and continued to move forward. Soon, when they arrived at the academy, they found that a high platform had been built in the center of the playground from afar. They stopped in front of the high platform, and then Vice President Bai En and several teachers went straight to the high platform. The Vice President sat in the main seat and said in a flat tone, "The triennial magical beasts hunting competition is now over. According to the rules of the Academy, the prizes will be distributed immediately after the completion of the task. Now, students who have stayed in the forest for 3 days and have more than 2 magic cores, please come out." As soon as the Vice President finished speaking, more than 100 people came out of the crowd. "Now, let's first count the first-level magic cores. Students who have hunted first-level magical beasts, please come to the stage and count the number," the Vice President continued. Chapter 48. Among the 100 or so people, most of them were at the Saint level and were active in the second region. When the people who paid the magic cores walked out, there were only 30 or so people left. This made the students who didn't know the situation in the third region feel very puzzled. Although the third region was full of magic beasts, they had low attack power. For a Saint-level expert who had condensed a Saint weapon, it might be impossible for them to deal with a magic beast alone, but as long as a few people worked together, it wouldn't be too difficult to hunt a magic beast in the third region. It was definitely easier than killing a magic beast for a Saint-level expert who hadn't reached the Saint level. After all, a Saint-level expert's Saint weapon was very powerful and was far superior to those ordinary weapons. Logically speaking, the students in the third region should have a much higher chance of completing the mission than those in the second region. However, the result was actually like this. In the third region, only 30 or so people completed the mission. When the first student came in front of the teacher who paid the magic cores, he directly took out all the magic cores from his space belt and gently placed them on the table. This student only took out 3 magic cores. His gaze casually swept over the 3 rank 1 monster cores. The teacher in charge of the assessment, who was around 50 years old, nodded his head slightly and said, "Yes, not bad. You pass. What's your name?" "Teacher, I'm called Qing Yunfeng." The youth who paid the magic cores was very happy. Not bad already proved that the teacher was praising him. To be able to receive a teacher's praise was a great honor for him. The teacher picked up a pen and made a note on a piece of paper. Then he said, "Return the spatial belt to the academy and take your magic core. This is your badge of honor. You must keep it carefully." With that, the teacher took out a badge from under the table and handed it to the student. The student answered happily and carefully held the badge of honor with both hands. Then he walked down the stage with a heart full of excitement. Next. Subsequently, one after another, the students took the magic cores in their hands to the old man to be appraised. At the same time, it could be considered as making a record. The speed of the appraisal was very fast. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had already passed. Among them, the person who obtained the least magic cores only had 2. The person who obtained the most magic cores even took out 8 rank 1 magic cores. This made the old man who was doing the appraisal a little surprised. At this moment, it was the turn of a handsome young man with an extraordinary aura to appraise the magic cores. The young man had a small scar on his forehead. It seemed that he had been injured not long ago in the forest. There was a trace of blood on the edge of the scar. The young man calmly walked in front of the old man and silently took off the space belt on his waist. Then, the magic cores were taken out one by the young man and placed on the table one by one. As the magic cores were taken out by the young man from the space belt, a total of 6 magic cores were placed on the table. However, the young man's actions didn't stop because of this. He continued to take out the magic cores one by one from the space belt in an unhurried manner. His expression was also very indifferent. It could be seen that this young man was a very steady person. When the young man took out 6 magic cores, the teacher in charge of the appraisal finally became spirited. A faint smile appeared on his old face and he nodded slightly. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes when he looked at the young man. Soon, the young man had taken out 10 magic cores from the space belt. At this moment, the expression of the old man in charge of the appraisal finally changed. He looked at the young man not with admiration, but with astonishment. It was definitely not an easy task for a person who wasn't even a saint to obtain 10 magic cores in a forest full of magic beasts. Furthermore, he didn't stop, which undoubtedly told everyone that he hadn't taken out all the magic cores in his space belt. Behind the young man, the students behind him were all stunned by the number of magic cores he took out. Thinking about how they had spent a lot of effort in the forest to obtain only 2 or 3 magic cores, this was already a very good result for them. Many of them even felt proud because of this. However, the number of magic cores the young man took out in one go was several times what they had obtained in 3 days. How could this not shock them? Having dealt with magic beasts many times, they deeply understood how difficult it was for them to kill magic beasts with their strength that wasn't even a saint. The young man didn't care about everyone's expressions, as if he didn't see them at all. His hands didn't stop moving as he continued to take out magic cores one after another from his space belt. Soon, there were 15 magic cores on the table, but the young man still didn't show any signs of stopping. His movements were still as calm as ever as he took out the magic cores from his space belt one by one with a very calm expression. At this time, all the teachers on the high platform were looking at the young man. Their faces were full of surprise and disbelief. He had killed more than 10 magical beasts in 3 days with the strength of a saint. If 5 or 6 people worked together, they might be able to do it, But if one person wanted to kill so many magical beasts in 3 days, it was simply impossible in the eyes of all the teachers, unless those magical beasts were seriously injured. Vice Principal Bayan faintly smiled as he sat on the platform. His name seems to be Mu Tian. He only joined the academy last year, and he's gone from the 8th layer of Saint Force to the peak of the 10th layer in just a year. That's quite impressive. It's even said that he tried to break through to Saint Force before. Although he failed in the end, I have to say that the Mu family has produced a good seedling this time. Vice Principal Bayan paused before looking at Changyang Shoten and Tai Ta. He softly murmured, I really look forward to what Changyang Shoten and Tai Ta have obtained. It's said that the two of them actually went to the 3rd zone to hunt Class 2 magic beasts on the last day. They're clearly not even saints, yet they were able to kill Class 2 magic beasts with just 2 metal weapons. Oh heavens, that's just unbelievable. If I hadn't seen them kill a perfectly fine Class 2 magic beast with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it at all. Looks like not only has the principal taken in a good disciple this time, but even the Changyang prefecture that has been silent for over 100 years will return to its former glory in the near future because of Changyang Shoten. When the young man took out a total of 23 Class 1 monster cores from his spatial belt, he finally stopped. He calmly looked at the old man in charge of the assessment and said, Teacher, these are the monster cores I hunted. The old man glanced past the 23 magic cores and let out a long sigh. He looked at the young man in interest and asked, What's your name? Mu Tian, the young man replied in an extremely indifferent tone. The old man's gaze gradually sharpened as he asked, Mu Tian, did you obtain all these magic cores by yourself or did you obtain them by hunting magic beasts with several people? Mu Tian's expression did not change at all. He had already expected this. He said, Teacher, I obtained all these magic cores by myself. The old man's gaze towards Mu Tian immediately changed with that. He glanced deeply at Mu Tian and his eyes were filled with admiration. Afterwards, he nodded with a smile. Good. 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 Mu Tian, right? Very good. Your results are extremely outstanding. I hope you can continue to work hard in the future. The old man did not ask Mu Tian how he had obtained the monster cores. That was not important at all. What was important was that Mu Tian had worked hard to obtain them. After all, strength was everything on the Tian Yuan continent. As long as he could emerge victorious in the end, no one would say anything even if he used underhanded methods. Mu Tian could not help but smile faintly when he heard the old man's words of praise. At this moment, the old man took out a sky-blue belt and a badge. He passed them to Mu Tian and said, Mu Tian, this is the space belt and the badge that you kept here before. Take care of them. Mu Tian calmly received the spatial belt and the badge of honor. After storing the 20 over grade 1 monster cores into his own spatial belt, he walked off the stage. From the beginning to the end, Mu Tian's face did not reveal the slightest bit of pride or complacency. He had been calm the entire time. Jianshan's gaze followed Mu Tian until he walked off the platform. He had already committed Mu Tian's name to memory. His intuition told him that Mu Tian was anything but simple, and he was no ordinary person either. He would definitely achieve great things in the future. However, he did not know which path Mu Tian would take. Due to the matter of Mu Tian taking out over 20 magic cores at once, the magic cores taken out by the following students did not cause any more wave. Most of them took out at least 2 magic cores, and only a small portion took out more than 2. Other than Mu Tian, who obtained 23 magic cores, the others only obtained 8 magic cores at most. The speed of the examination was very fast. Very soon, it was Jianshan's turn. At this moment, the eyes of the vice principal and a few teachers immediately lit up. They stared at Jianshan closely, showing a very attentive expression. The vice principal Bayan, who was originally reclining on the chair, also sat up straight. His eyes carried a trace of expectation. Although he knew that Jianchen had killed quite a few magic beasts in the forest, he did not know what quite a few meant. Jianchen calmly walked in front of the old man in charge of inspecting the monster cores. He lowered his head slightly to look at the table that was about 2 meters long and revealed a troubled expression. After a moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, "Teacher, is it possible to change to a bigger table?" Hearing Jianchen's words, the old man who was in charge of the examination was slightly stunned. He did not seem to understand. "What did you just say?" Jianchen revealed a trace of helplessness as he looked at the table that was not big to begin with. This was because the table was just too small. It could not fit all the magic cores that had almost filled up his space belt. Chapter 49. After hearing Jianchen's words, the students behind Jianchen, with the exception of Tower, all showed a trace of surprise. They looked at Jianchen with strange gazes, and even more people doubted their ears. In their opinion, if you want to hand over the magic nuclei, then hand over the magic nuclei. Why do you have to care about the size of the teacher's desk? Isn't this just looking for trouble? Who is that person? He really doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dares to ask the teacher to change his desk. What an idiot. He actually dares to say that Teacher Steve's desk is too small in front of so many people. What's even more inconceivable is that he dares to ask Teacher Steve to change his desk. Heavens, he actually dares to talk about Teacher Steve's desk. Doesn't he know that Teacher Steve is the strictest teacher in our Kargath Academy? Many people began to point and discuss Jianchen. They looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. The expression of the old man in charge of the examination changed slightly. He frowned slightly and stared at Jianchen with a sharp gaze. He coldly snorted and said in a deep voice, "What's your name? How dare you talk about our teacher's head? This desk was prepared long ago. How can you change it just because you say so?" Not only did Jianchen's words make the teacher in charge of the examination angry, even the other teachers in charge of the examination couldn't help but frown. They looked at Jianchen with displeasure. Jianchen's words were completely disrespectful to them as teachers. Among them, none of them thought that Jianchen's reason for changing his desk was because this desk simply couldn't fit all the magic nuclei in his space belt. Of course, there were a few teachers who were the exception. Their expressions were very calm, and only a faint smile hung on their faces. They were the ones who saw Jianchen and Tower kill a pack of green wolf kings in the second area. At this moment, a very beautiful girl in the back of the line stared suspiciously at Jianchen's figure with a pair of bright eyes. She frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, "Strange, why do I feel that his figure is a bit familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before?" The girl's brows were tightly furrowed as she thought hard. Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up as a familiar figure appeared in her mind. The next moment, joy and surprise immediately filled the girl's eyes. She subconsciously cried out, "Changyang Shoten, he's Changyang Shoten." The girl didn't conceal her voice at all, so many people heard her. However, after hearing Changyang Shoten's name, the expressions of the surrounding students changed slightly. Some of the students who were cursing Changyang Shoten obediently shut their mouth. Changyang Shoten's name was very famous in Kargath Academy. Almost everyone knew about him. Even so, only a small portion of people had seen Changyang Shoten's true appearance. Most of them were new students. At this moment, although Jianchen had cleaned the dirt on his face, there were still some spots left on it. Moreover, his clothes were tattered, making him look no different than a beggar. If one wasn't familiar with Jianchen's appearance, it was almost impossible to recognize him. That's why no one recognized him even after he had lined up for so long. When he heard the name Changyang Shoten, the old man in charge of the examination was slightly surprised. He couldn't help but take a good look at Jianchen. Obviously, even the teacher in charge of the examination was familiar with Changyang Shoten's name. Even so, Jianchen still didn't have enough ability to make the teacher change the table according to his request. The old man in charge of the examination opened his mouth slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Vice Dean Bayan, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly said, "Someone, immediately bring a bigger table here." The Vice Dean had a smile on his face. He didn't show any dissatisfaction because of Jianqin's words. Instead, he looked at Jianqin with some expectation in his eyes. It was as if he had already guessed the reason why Jianqin wanted to change the table. Vice Dean Bayan looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. However, his prestige in Kargath Academy was very high. He was second only to the dean. When he spoke, the teachers immediately became silent. Apart from a few teachers, the rest of the teachers were extremely puzzled by the vice dean's actions. They really couldn't understand why the vice dean would listen to a student and change the table that was originally prepared. After all, the table used by the teacher in charge of the examination was enough to handle the registration of magic cores. There was no need to change to a bigger table. Soon, a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-wide desk was brought up, replacing the original desk used by the teacher in charge of the examination. Changyang Shoten, you should be satisfied now. The teacher in charge of the examination sat in front of the bigger table. His attitude towards Jianqin wasn't very friendly. It was very obvious that Jianqin's request to change the table had left a very bad impression in the heart of this 50 to 60 years old teacher. Feeling the prejudice in the old man's heart, Jianqin couldn't help but reveal a trace of a bitter smile. He didn't expect that because of this matter, a teacher would have a trace of prejudice against him. This matter was completely out of his expectations, but Jianqin didn't care too much about it. Then, Jianqin directly took off his own space belt. He didn't take out the magic cores one by one like the other students. Instead, he directly took out 10 magic cores from the space belt and gently placed them on the table. These magic cores were all pale white and were a size larger than an adult's finger. Seeing Jianqin take out 10 magic cores at once, the old man in charge of the examination was somewhat dissatisfied with Jianqin's behavior, but at this moment, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. However, just when the old man in charge of the examination thought that these were all the magic cores that Jianqin could take out, Jianqin's hand once again reached into the space belt and continued to take out a large number of magic cores. This time, the number of magic cores he took out was also 10. Now, there were 20 magic cores on the table. Seeing these 20 magic cores, the eyes of the old man in charge of the examination suddenly lit up. He looked at Jianqin with a bit of surprise and secretly thought to himself, this Changyang Shoten really lives up to his reputation. His strength isn't that of a saint, but he can defeat a saint. It seems that he really has some ability. Then, Jianqin continued to reach into the space belt and took out a large number of magic cores again and gently placed them on the table. The hard magic cores collided with the wooden table, making a dong-dong-dong sound. Seeing Jianqin take out another 10 magic cores from his space belt, the expression of the old man in charge of the examination changed slightly. His eyes were filled with shock. This was because Jianqin had already taken out 30 magic cores, 7 more than Mu Tian. A student who hadn't even reached the saint level was able to kill 30 Class 1 magical beasts in 3 days. Even this old man, who had seen great storms, couldn't help but feel a trace of shock and disbelief in his heart. Even though the attacks of the magical beasts were relatively weak, they were definitely not easy to kill for students who were at the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force at most. Not only did the old man in charge of the examination become shocked by Jianqin's 30 magic cores, even the other teachers behind him felt a little disbelief. Only the few teachers who knew about Jianqin and Vice Principal Bai En continued to smile. As for the students who were still queuing up, they had long been stunned by the 30 monster cores that Jianqin had taken out. Jianqin did not even look at the shocked expressions of the surrounding teachers and students. Under everyone's focused gazes, Jianqin reached into his space belt again and took out another large number of magic cores, placing them gently on the table. He did not stop there. Under the stunned gazes of the teachers and students, he reached his hand into his space belt again and took out another handful of magic cores. As the magic cores were taken out by Jianchen from his space belt one by one, the large table was soon completely filled with magic cores. Although they were all Class 1 magic cores, due to the different sizes of the magical beasts, their sizes were different as well. The small ones were only a little bigger than a thumb, while the large ones were the size of a child's fist. At this moment, whether it was the teachers or the students, they were all stunned by the number of magic cores Jianchen had taken out. A person who was obviously not a saint had only spent 3 days in the forest to hunt down over 100 Class 1 magical beasts. No one would believe it if they said this. Now, among the teachers and students present, except for a few people, no one would believe that Jianchen had hunted down these magic cores himself. Everyone thought that these magic cores in Jianchen's hand were pieced together from many other people's magic cores. Perhaps he had even used some underhanded means to obtain them. It was impossible for him to have hunted down magic beasts by himself. Now, among the teachers and students present, except for a few people, no one would believe that Jianchen had hunted down magic beasts by himself. Everyone thought that these magic cores in Jianchen's hand were pieced together from the magic cores of many people. Looking at the 100 Class 1 magic cores that had almost filled the table before him, the old man in charge of the examination took a deep breath. Although he was certain that Jianchen had obtained these magic cores through underhanded means, he could not help but admire Jianchen's ability. As for the underhanded methods, the Academy would not interfere. This was the law of survival on the Tianyuan continent. Seeing that Jianchen had actually taken out over 100 Class 1 monster cores, Vice Principal Bian, who was sitting at the head of the table, revealed a look of disbelief. In his heart, he was extremely clear that there were no cases of students fighting over monster cores in the second area. Thus, there was no doubt that Jianchen had obtained these monster cores through robbing. In that case, there was only one explanation left, and that was that Jianchen had obtained these Class 1 monster cores by relying on his own abilities to hunt down magical beasts. Even with Bian's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel deeply shocked when he reached this conclusion. At the same time, he felt extremely doubtful. Did Jianchen and Tai Ta not exhaust themselves at all from hunting the magical beasts? Was the saint force in their bodies limitless? They had actually hunted down so many Class 1 magical beasts that were stronger than them in just 3 days. The old man in charge of the examination glanced at Jianchen with mixed feelings before beginning to count the number of magic cores on the table. He did not ask how Jianchen had obtained these magic cores because he had already reached a certain conclusion. Chapter 50. The magic cores were quickly accounted for, and the old man in charge of the assessment said, "There are a total of 98 magic cores here. This is your space belt. Now, return the space belt that belongs to the Academy." As he spoke, the old man took out an emerald green space belt and handed it to Jianchen. This space belt was given to him by his father, Changyang Ba, when he left Changyang Prefecture. Jianchen looked at the space belt that belonged to the Academy in his hand and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Teacher, I'll keep this space belt that belongs to me for the time being. I'll return it to the Academy after this assessment is over." Hearing this, the old man's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked in confusion, "Why?" Perhaps it was because Jianchen had obtained close to 100 magic cores by himself, but the old man's attitude towards Jianchen had clearly changed. "Teacher, I still have Class 2 magic cores in this space belt. I still have to participate in the assessment of Class 2 magic cores later," Jianchen said indifferently. Right now, the assessment was only for Class 1 magic cores. The Class 2 magic cores would have to wait until the Class 1 magic cores had been assessed. "Oh, what? You still have Class 2 magic cores?" Hearing this, the old man's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He looked at Jianchen with eyes full of suspicion. He wasn't the only one. Even the other teachers sitting on the high platform had the same expression as him. Jianchen nodded slightly and said, "Yes, teacher." Hearing this, the old man took a deep breath. His gaze towards Jianchen became serious for the first time. At this moment, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated this Changyang Shoten, who had some rumors in the academy. However, he didn't waste his breath on this matter. He waved his hand and said, "All right then, put these magic cores away. You can continue to participate in the second round of assessment." Afterwards, Jianchen placed the 100 magic cores back into his space belt and left the high platform. However, whether it was the teachers on the stage or the surrounding students, their gazes towards Jianchen had completely changed. There was no lack of jealousy, envy, and even disdain in their eyes. After walking down the high platform, Jianchen didn't return to the crowd. Instead, he went to the group of people who were waiting for their Class 2 magic cores to be assessed. Apart from Changyang Hu and a few others, the students who were waiting for their magic cores to be assessed all revealed a trace of surprise and doubt when they saw Jianchen arrive. They hadn't encountered Jianchen in the third region. Clearly, they were very curious about someone who wasn't even a saint yet coming to submit their Class 2 magic cores. They really found it hard to believe that Jianchen dared to enter the third region to hunt Class 2 magical beasts, and even obtained at least 2 Class 2 magic cores. Behind Jianchen was Tai Ta. After Jianchen walked down the high platform, Tai Ta also arrived in front of the teacher in charge of the assessment. It was no longer a secret that Tai Ta was the dean of Kargath Academy, so all the teachers in the academy knew Tai Ta. Seeing Tai Ta come up, the old man in charge of the assessment couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. He said, "Tai Ta, I wonder what your harvest was this time." Tai Ta chuckled and didn't say anything. Imitating Jianchen, he put his hand into his space belt and directly took out a large amount of magic cores and gently placed them on the desk. Because Tai Ta's hand was relatively large, he took out no less than 14 or 15 magic cores. Looking at the 14 or 15 magic cores on the table, the old man in charge of the assessment revealed a trace of a smile on his face. He thought to himself, as expected of the dean, "Although he looks a bit silly and lacks shrewdness, his talent is really amazing." After taking out 14 or 15 monster cores, Tai Ta's actions did not stop for even a moment. His palm took out the monster cores that were placed in his spatial belt one by one. Gradually, under the astonished gazes of the first-grade teachers and students, more and more monster cores were placed on the table. There were at least 10 of them. Tai Ta finally stopped when he had taken out over 100 magic cores. Looking at all the magic cores he had collected, Tai Ta chuckled in an honest manner. He said happily, "Teacher, these are the magic cores I've collected." At this moment, the surrounding teachers and students were so shocked that they were speechless. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they stared at the 100 magic cores on the table. The old man in charge of the assessment sucked in a deep breath. He glanced at Tai Ta deeply and slowly said, "Good, good. Tai Ta, you've done well. You haven't embarrassed your master." With that, the old man lowered his head and began to count the magic cores. He did not ask how Tai Ta had obtained them. In his heart, he had already linked Tai Ta's method of obtaining the magic cores to Jianchen. Very soon, the old man finished counting the magic cores. He said, "There are a total of 97 magic cores here." With that, the old man began to record the magic cores on a small notebook. After recording everything, the old man took out a black spatial belt and a badge of honor from under the table. He handed them to Tai Ta and said, "Tai Ta, this is the spatial belt and badge of honor that you've been keeping here. Put away the monster core and return the spatial belt that belongs to the academy." It was obvious with a single glance that this was a high-grade space belt. It had been given to Tai Ta by the headmaster of Kargath Academy after he had become his disciple. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a commoner like him to wear a high-grade tool like a space belt. Even though space belts were very common on the Tianyuan continent, they were not something commoners could possess. Tai Ta's gaze paused on the black space belt for a while. He shook his head and said, "Teacher, I'll leave this space belt with you for now. I still have Class 2 magic cores." "What? You have Class 2 magic cores as well?" The old man in charge of the assessment was extremely surprised with that. There was some disbelief on his face. A few of the teachers on the platform could not help but look at each other when they heard Tai Ta's words. Disbelief filled their eyes. They had never thought that after Jianshan, there would be a student who was not even a saint who had obtained a Class 2 magic core. The old man in charge of the assessment hesitated slightly before asking, "Tai Ta, have you been to the third zone?" Although the old man's question had exceeded his responsibilities, he could not help but feel extremely curious. Even though he had already guessed a thing or two, he could not be certain without hearing the exact details from Tai Ta. Tai Ta nodded slightly and said in a low, muffled voice, "Yes, I have been to the third zone." The old man continued to ask, "Did you obtain the Class 2 magic cores by hunting magical beasts?" Although the old man's question had exceeded his responsibilities, no one came out to stop him. This was because he wasn't the only one who was extremely curious about this matter. Even the teachers on the high platform were the same. They all wanted to know the exact answer in their hearts. A portion of it was obtained by me and Changyang Shoten. Tai Ta did not hide anything, but he only said half of it. Hearing that, the old man's eyes filled with disbelief. He said in surprise, "What? You're saying that you and Changyang Shoten were able to kill a Class 2 magic beast?" Tai Ta nodded and said, "Yes." This answer caused all the teachers on the platform to be extremely shocked. Most of them felt that it was unbelievable. Two people who were not even saints were actually able to kill a Class 2 magic beast. This was the first time this had happened since the establishment of Kargath Academy. Afterwards, Tai Ta collected his magic cores and walked down the platform. He went to the crowd waiting for the Class 2 magic cores to be assessed and stood behind Jianshan. However, at this moment, Jianshan and Tai Ta had become the most eye-catching people in the crowd. Those who had failed the mission standing behind them looked at Jianshan and Tai Ta with jealousy in their eyes. Many of them had been forced to flee miserably from Class 1 magic beasts in the second zone, but they never thought that Jianshan and Tai Ta, who were not much stronger than them, would be able to obtain over 100 Class 1 magic cores in the second zone. They even obtained Class 2 magic cores. This made them feel extremely unbalanced, and many of the older students felt ashamed. Very soon, the assessment of the Class 1 magic cores was completed. Jianshan had obtained the most Class 1 magic cores. He had obtained a total of 98 magic cores, while Tai Ta had obtained one less than Jianshan. The two of them had obtained several times more than Mu Tian, who was ranked third. In the crowd, Mu Tian stared at Jianshan and Tai Ta with a strange light in his eyes. He murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "Tai Ta, Changyang Shoten, you really do live up to your reputation. You really are worthy of being able to defeat Saint Realm experts. I really want to find a chance to spar with the two of you." Although Jianshan and Tai Ta had stolen the limelight, Mu Tian did not seem displeased at all. He remained rather calm, as if this was something insignificant to him. It did not affect him at all. At this moment, Changyang who arrived before Jianshan in excitement. He said softly, "Fourth brother, the two of you are just too much. In the past 3 days, each of you has obtained close to 100 magic cores." Changyang, whose voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. He looked at Jianshan with pride. Jianshan smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, Jianshan's eyes narrowed slightly. As if he had sensed something, he immediately looked back. He saw a young man in tattered clothes looking at him with resentment. The intense killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. The sharpness of his gaze made Jianshan frown involuntarily. However, when Jianshan carefully examined the young man's appearance, he immediately understood. He was Luo Jian, who had all of his magic cores plundered by Jianchen in the forest. At that time, not only had all of Luo Jian's magic cores been taken away by Jianchen's group without leaving a single one behind, he had also been heavily injured. Although he was not very active, he had completely lost the ability to fight. As a result, the group did not have the ability to steal other people's magic cores or hunt magic beasts. As a result, Luo Jian's group had failed their mission this time. A faint smile appeared on Jianchen's face. There was a trace of disdain between his brows. He did not take Luo Jian seriously at all. Jianchen had seen many people like Luo Jian in his previous life. However, there were very few of them who could truly cause great waves. The second round of examination began very quickly. The students who had reached the Saint Realm and completed the mission walked up the platform one by one. However, there were two exceptions. Apart from Jianchen and Tai Ta, who had not reached the Saint Realm, everyone else had reached the Saint Realm. Chapter 51. Very soon, more than 10 people had passed the examination. At this time, it was the turn of a young man with an extraordinary bearing. Although the young man seemed to be in a very sorry state, the arrogance between his brows did not decrease in the slightest. The young man arrived in front of the desk and quickly took out a large pile of monster cores from his spatial belt, placing them on the desk. The old man in charge of the examination clearly recognized the young man. After counting the monster cores on the desk, he said in a rather appreciative tone, "There are a total of 93 monster cores here. Not bad, Qing Mingxiang, your results are very good." Tai Ta's eyes immediately lit up when he heard Qing Mingxiang's name. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at Qing Mingxiang, who was standing in front of the desk. Tai Ta had never forgotten the unfinished battle from last time. At that time, he was not as strong as he was today, especially after 3 days of killing magical beasts in the forest. With some pointers from Jianchen, Tai Ta's battle prowess was much stronger than before. He believed that with his current strength and the little battle experience he had, even if his saint force was inferior to Qing Mingxiang's, he would definitely not lose with his advantage in terms of strength. Although Tai Ta seemed crude, he also understood that this was not the time to compete with Qing Mingxiang. As a result, he could only glare at Qing Mingxiang's back angrily before slowly suppressing his strong desire to fight with Qing Mingxiang. Hearing the old man's praise, Qing Mingxiang revealed a smile on his face. A trace of pride appeared in his eyes. The old man in charge of the examination buried his head in his notebook and continued, 93 Class 2 monster cores. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely be in the top 3 for Class 2 monster cores this time. And with your talent for cultivation, your future is limitless. Work hard. Thank you for your praise, Teacher Steve. The old man's words of praise made the pride on Qing Mingxiang's face become even thicker. Afterwards, Qing Mingxiang returned the spatial belt that belonged to the academy and received his Medal of Honor before walking off the platform. After Qing Mingxiang left, another student with the same tattered clothes came to the desk and took out a large pile of magic cores from his spatial belt. The amount wasn't much less than what Qing Mingxiang had obtained. The old man in charge of the assessment smiled and nodded. His gaze paused on the young man's face for a while before he slowly said, "Not bad, Huang Dong. It seems that your harvest this time is also very bountiful." Upon hearing Huang Dong's name, many of the students below the high platform cried out in surprise. Jianchen's expression changed slightly, and his eyes immediately fell on the young man. He was no stranger to the name Huang Dong. Huang Dong was ranked 3rd in the top 10 experts of Kargath College. It was said that his strength had reached the peak of Saint Realm last year, and was only 1 step away from Great Saint Realm. Once he successfully broke through to Great Saint Realm, it meant that he could graduate. The top 10 experts of Kargath Academy referred to the 10 strongest students. All of them had reached the peak of Saint Realm, and were only 1 step away from Great Saint Realm. Once they reached the Great Saint Realm, they would leave the top 10 experts' range. For the old man's praise, Huang Dong just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Soon, the old man had finished counting the magic cores on the table. Huang Dong had obtained a total of 95 magic cores, 2 more than Qing Mingxiang. After Huang Dong left the high platform, several names on the top 10 experts list appeared one after another. Almost all of them had harvested about 9 magic nuclei, and the number 1 on the top 10 experts list, Bugadier, had harvested 103 magic nuclei. However, among the top 10 experts, only 4 people had completed the task. The other 6 had all been eliminated during the task. They had all encountered people of the same level as themselves. In the case of a huge difference in numbers, they had lost to the other party. Moreover, the magic cores in their hands had all been snatched away. Very quickly, the people who were still in the queue of the top 10 experts had already gone down. The people behind them were people who weren't very famous in the academy. And at this time, the number of magic cores that the people in front of them had turned in first place was the number 1 of the top 10 experts, Bugadier. Bugadier had turned in 103 magic cores and was in first place. In second place was Jing Mingyue, who was ranked 5th on the top 10 experts list. She was also the only female on the top 10 experts list in Kargath Academy. This time, she had obtained a total of 101 monster cores, 2 less than Bugadier. The third person was Qing Mingxiang. He had obtained 93 magic cores. Although Qing Mingxiang was not in the top 10 experts list, his strength had already reached the high-level Saint Realm. Moreover, he was also one of the top experts in the Kargath Academy. Even compared to the top 10 experts list, he was not much weaker. Moreover, Qing Mingxiang was known as a cultivation genius in the Kargath Academy. Not only was his cultivation speed faster than many people, even his battle strength was not to be underestimated. After the 3 of them left, everyone was certain that the top 3 spots for Class 2 magic cores would belong to none other than the 3 of them. Because at this moment, the people in the queue were not very famous in Kargas, and their strength was only at the level of primary saint and intermediate saint. Naturally, they could not be compared to the 3 of them. Changyang Hu and the other 3 had snatched a lot of magic cores with Jianchen. Although the 4 of them had only obtained half of the magic cores on average, each of them had about 30 to 40 magic cores. Although the harvest was not very abundant, it was not bad for their strength. After all, they only had the strength of a primary saint realm. Soon, all the students who had reached the saint realm had passed the examination. Although some of them had obtained a lot of magic cores, none of them could surpass the top 3. Now, only Jianchen and Taita were left. At this moment, whether it was the teachers on the high platform or the students below, all of their gazes fell on Jianchen and Taita. The 2 of them had not reached the Saint Realm yet, but they were able to kill a Class 2 magical beast. This already made many people feel intense jealousy and unbalance. At this moment, everyone was guessing how many magic cores the 2 of them had. Of course, no one would compare the magic cores obtained by Jianchen and Taita with those of the seniors. They all thought that the 2 of them definitely did not have too many Class 2 magic cores. Jianchen came in front of the old man in charge of the examination and took off his space belt. At this moment, the old man in charge of the examination looked at Jianchen with a hint of praise in his eyes. The prejudice he had against Jianchen just now had disappeared without a trace. Although he had already determined that Jianchen and Taita definitely did not have more than 10 Class 2 magic cores, the fact that they could enter the 3rd region and kill Class 2 magical beasts when they were not even saints made him have a whole new level of respect for Jianchen and Taita. After all, killing Class 2 magical beasts when they were not even saints was definitely a first in Kargath Academy. At this moment, some of the listless teachers sitting on the high platform couldn't help but perk up. Their eyes were full of spirit as they looked at Jianchen. Jianchen glanced at the teachers sitting around him indifferently. When he discovered that they were looking at him with sparkling eyes, he couldn't help but reveal an imperceptible smile on his indifferent face. Then, he directly reached his hand into his space belt and took out a large number of Class 2 magic cores and placed them on the table. There seemed to be a total of 9 of them. When they saw Jianchen taking out those 9 Class 2 magic cores, many teachers on the high platform revealed a trace of surprise and disbelief. Obviously, this number had exceeded the expectations of most of them. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between Class 2 and Class 1 magical beasts. According to their original thoughts, Jianchen having 3 or 4 Class 2 magic cores was already amazing enough. They didn't expect him to have as many as 9 Class 2 magic cores. Then, before they could think of anything else, Jianchen once again took out a large number of Class 2 magic cores from his space belt. Now, there were more than a dozen Class 2 magic cores on the table. This number was enough to match the harvest of some students who had reached the Saint Realm in 3 days. Seeing this scene, all the teachers on the high platform revealed an expression of disbelief. Even the old man in charge of checking the magic cores was shocked speechless by Jianchen taking out more than a dozen Class 2 magic cores. Although there were only a dozen Class 2 magic cores, the impact on the teachers' hearts was even greater than when Jianchen had handed in over 100 Class 1 magic cores in one go. After all, these Class 2 magic cores were taken out by a student who hadn't even reached the Saint Realm. At this moment, all the teachers suddenly realized that if these magic cores were taken from the Class 2 magical beasts that Jianchen had killed with his own hands, then his future achievements. When they thought of how he could kill Class 2 magical beasts with his strength that wasn't even at the Saint Realm, and more than a dozen of them in one go, the teachers felt a wave of disbelief in their hearts. Vice President Bayan, who was sitting at the head of the table, revealed a gratified smile on his face as he muttered, "Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. I just don't know how many of these Class 2 magic cores were obtained by killing magical beasts with your own strength. After seeing this, I'll have to investigate properly." After taking out the Class 2 magic cores, Jianchen's actions didn't stop because of this. He once again reached into his space belt and took out another handful of Class 2 magic cores. Then, Jianchen didn't stop moving. Under the shocked and disbelieving gazes of all the teachers, he continuously took out Class 2 magic cores of different sizes from his space belt, filling up the entire table. Looking at the pile of Class 2 magic cores on the table, all the teachers on the high platform fell into a daze. Even the sharp-eyed students below the platform who saw the situation on the table had an expression of disbelief on their faces, as if they had seen something inconceivable. The old man in charge of the examination took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, calming himself down. It wasn't that he hadn't seen these magic cores on the table in his life, and he had seen many magic cores that were of a much higher grade and a much larger number. However, the significance of these Class 2 magic cores couldn't be judged by ordinary means. The old man in charge of the examination looked deeply at Jianchen, then lowered his head to count the magic cores on the table. Very soon, the magic cores were counted, but at this moment, the old man's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. His emotions that had just calmed down once again surged uncontrollably. He sat in front of the table in a daze, actually unable to open his mouth to report the number of magic cores. After a few breaths, finally, Vice President Bayan, who was sitting at the head of the table, couldn't help but say, "Steve, what are you waiting for? Quickly report the number of magic cores." Vice President Bayan's voice was faintly trembling and excited, but his expression was very calm. Chapter 52. As soon as the voice of the old man in charge of the examination fell, everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Then the whole place became silent in an instant. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be clearly heard. This number even shocked Vice President Bayan, who was sitting at the head of the table to the point that he was speechless. His eyes stared blankly at the large pile of second-rank magic nuclei on the table with a shocked expression on his face. This number had already surpassed Bugadier, who was ranked first in the previous harvest of magic nuclei. After a long time, finally a student couldn't help but shout loudly, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He's not even a saint, how could he harvest so many magic nuclei in the third region? More than a dozen more than Bugadier, who is ranked first in the top 10 experts of the Academy. This is absolutely impossible. He must have brought these magic nuclei in from the outside." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Following the words of this student, more and more voices of opposition sounded. Jianshan's harvest of nearly 100 first-rank magic nuclei had already made many people jealous and felt very unbalanced. Not to mention, he actually took out another 118 second-rank magic nuclei. In terms of quantity, it was even more than the first-rank magic nuclei. This made all the students of the Academy unable to accept. Below the stage, Bugadier, who was currently ranked first in the top 10 experts of Kargath Academy, looked at Jianshan's back with a shocked expression and muttered, "His strength is obviously not even a saint. How could he harvest so many second-rank magic nuclei? Could it be that he really brought all the magic nuclei in his hands in from the outside?" Bugadier couldn't help but have such a thought in his heart, but he immediately rejected it because before entering the forest, the Academy had already confiscated all the space tools that could be used to carry items on the body of all the students. Moreover, they had also undergone a strict inspection. Moreover, there was only one entrance to the forest. There was simply no opportunity to bring magic nuclei in from the outside. Moreover, even if it was really possible to bring magic nuclei in from the outside, Bugadier believed that no one would be so stupid as to take out more than 100 second-rank magic nuclei in one go, because this was bound to cause a shock in the entire Academy. At that time, the Academy would definitely send people to investigate this matter. Not far away, although her clothes were very tattered, but her appearance was very beautiful. Her eyes were a little absent-minded as she looked at Jianshan's back standing on the stage and muttered, "How is this possible? He is a new student who is not even a saint, yet he actually obtained more than 100 second-rank magic nuclei." The soft and pleasant voice of the young girl was filled with shock and disbelief. On the other side, when the old man in charge of the examination announced the number of magic nuclei that Jianshan had obtained, Qing Mingxiang's mouth was wide open in astonishment. He stared at Jianshan standing on the stage with a face full of disbelief. However, his face immediately became gloomy and was completely replaced by anger. This was because the top 3 in terms of the number of magic nuclei obtained from the hunting of magical beasts were all rewarded. Although these rewards were not in the eyes of the children born in big families, for them, it represented a kind of honor and a symbol of strength. Originally, Qing Mingxiang was ranked 3rd, but Jianshan forcefully squeezed him out of the top 3 ranks. This made him very angry in his heart, and what he couldn't accept was that Jianshan's strength was not even a saint. Changyang Shoten. In the blink of an eye, Qing Mingxiang's face had become incomparably gloomy. His gaze towards Jianshan was filled with resentment. In the crowd, Luo Jian's face was also gloomy. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Jianshan on the stage. His sharp gaze was as if he wanted to eat Jianshan alive. Now, although Jianshan's strength was weak, his spirit could be said to be very powerful. If one looked at him with ordinary eyes, he might not be able to sense it. However, if one looked at him with a particularly sharp gaze, his spirit would immediately sense it. Therefore, Luo Jian and Qing Mingxiang's gazes, filled with resentment, were immediately sensed by Jianshan. Jianshan slightly turned his head, and relying on his powerful spirit to sense the direction, he very easily found Luo Jian, who was submerged in the crowd. Looking at Luo Jian's gloomy expression, Jianshan coldly smiled. He didn't take it to heart. He had robbed all the magic cores in Luo Jian's hands, causing him to be unable to complete his mission. Moreover, he had also injured him. It was normal for him to have resentment towards himself. However, when Jianqin's gaze fell on Qing Mingxiang, his brows slightly wrinkled. At the same time, his face revealed a trace of helplessness. There was no hatred between him and Qing Mingxiang. Previously, when he had a small conflict with Qing Mingxiang outside the library, it was not enough to make Qing Mingxiang resent him so much. The biggest reason for this was because he had squeezed Qing Mingxiang out of the top 3. After all, to be able to obtain the top 3 results in the competition of all the students in the school was simply a great honor for them, especially those disciples who were born in noble families. This honor could simply raise their status abruptly. If it was any other top 10 master who squeezed Qing Mingxiang out of the top 3, he would absolutely not feel any displeasure in his heart. However, this time, the person who squeezed him out of the top 3 was not a top 10 master, but a freshman who he had never put in his eyes. This made Qing Mingxiang, who was known as a cultivation genius in Kargath Academy, feel a burst of humiliation in his heart. He didn't expect that a freshman who had just entered the school would ride on his head. This made him resent Jianqin in his heart. Although there was still Tai Ta was the dean's disciple. Even if Qing Mingxiang had a powerful background, he did not dare to casually offend the dean. The old man in charge of the assessment took a deep breath and did his best to calm himself down. He looked deeply at Jianqin and smiled. Changyang Shoten, you have really shocked me. I didn't expect that you would be able to obtain so many second-rank monster cores with your strength, not even at the Saint Realm. This has already surpassed the current number 1 in terms of monster cores, Brigadier. It seems that the first place this time will belong to none other than you. After saying that, the old man handed over the space belt that belonged to Jianqin and a medal of honor to him. Jianqin chuckled and took the items from the old man. He said, "Teacher, you're exaggerating. It's still hard to say who the first place will belong to. After all, there is still Tai Ta behind me. He has no less monster cores than me." After saying that, Jianqin took out all the monster cores from his space belt. Hearing Jianqin's words, the old man looked meaningfully at Jianqin and smiled, but did not say anything. After Jianqin put away all the second-rank monster cores on the table into his space belt, he directly walked off the platform. After that, Iron Tower came to the desk and took out all the Tier 2 monster cores from his spatial belt. After all, Tai Ta had entered the 3rd region with Jianqin, so the monster cores he obtained were equally distributed. As a result, the number of monster cores in his space belt was almost the same as Jianqin's. In the end, the old man in charge of the assessment counted that Tai Ta had a total of 127 second-rank monster cores, which was only 1 less than Jianqin's. When the old man in charge of the assessment announced that Tai Ta had a total of 2-rank monster cores, all the teachers and students were shocked speechless once again. Below the platform, Jing Mingyue, who was ranked 5th on the list of top 10 experts of Kargath Academy, stood there in a daze. Her eyes seemed a little absent-minded. She was originally ranked 2nd, but now she had been pushed down by 2 new students who had suddenly appeared. This result was a little unacceptable to her. After all, she had spent a lot of effort to obtain those monster cores. She really could not imagine how 2 new students who had just entered the academy this year and had not even reached Saint Realm had obtained so many monster cores. At this moment, a very beautiful girl came up to Jing Mingyue and intimately hugged her waist. She chuckled, "Sister Jing, you didn't expect that, right? You were originally ranked 2nd, but you were actually pushed down by 2 new students this year." Hearing that, Jing Mingyue sighed and said with a bitter smile, "I really didn't expect that 2 new students who have not even reached Saint Realm would have so many monster cores. Even the number 1 expert of our Kargath Academy, Brigadier, was forcefully pushed down to 3rd place. I really don't know how they obtained the monster cores in their hands. Could it be that they really brought them in from outside?" Hearing this, the young woman chuckled and said, "Big Sister Jing, you've guessed wrongly. I believe that they obtained those Class 2 monster cores with their own strength, and they didn't bring them in from the outside like you've imagined." The girl's words stunned Jing Mingyue. She immediately turned her head and looked at the girl with a puzzled expression. She asked curiously, "Xiao Lu, why do you say that?" The girl smiled mysteriously and a trace of pride appeared on her face. Then she lowered her voice and said, "Sister Jing, I met the two of them in the second region and stayed with them for a day. You mustn't underestimate them. They are very powerful, especially that Changyang Shoten. He used a broken iron rod to kill rank 1 magical beasts in one strike several times. He directly pierced through the throats of magical beasts." "Really?" Jing Mingyue's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She clearly didn't believe it. "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be fake." The young girl puffed out her chest and said with certainty, "Also, that night, we were attacked by more than 20 green wolves. The two of them killed all of them without much effort." "What? You're saying that the two of them killed all of the green wolves?" Hearing this, Jing Mingyue could no longer maintain her composure, and a trace of horror appeared on her face. Although her strength had reached the high-level Saint realm, she could only flee in the face of more than 20 level 1 magical beasts, let alone kill them. The girl nodded firmly and said, "Yes, Sister Jing. I saw it with my own eyes. Although Changyang Shoten and Tai Ta haven't condensed a Saint weapon yet, they're no weaker than Saint. That's why I'm certain that they didn't bring the monster cores in from outside." Hearing that, Jing Mingyue lowered her head and pondered. She didn't show any dissatisfaction at being pushed out of the top 3 by Jianchen and Tai Ta. From this, it could be seen that Jing Mingyue wasn't a narrow-minded person. After the examination of the monster cores was completed, the awards ceremony was held immediately. The top 3 rankers in terms of the number of Tier 1 and Tier 2 monster cores obtained in this event would receive the same reward. The first ranker would be rewarded with a Tier 4 monster core and an honor badge made entirely of purple gold. The second and third rankers would be rewarded with a Tier 3 monster core and an honor badge made entirely of gold. Although these medals weren't worth much, the significance they represented was extraordinary. As a result, even the disciples of nobles with some backing were extremely envious of these medals of honor. As for Jianchen and Tai Ta, they were ranked first and second in terms of the amount of Class 1 and Class 2 monster cores they obtained. Therefore, the two of them received double rewards. The third in terms of Class 1 monster cores was still Mu Tian, while the third in terms of Class 2 monster cores was the top of the Kargath Academy's 10 great experts ranking Bugadier. Chapter 53. When the awards ceremony was over, the thousands of students on the field left in the blink of an eye. Almost all of the students had suffered injuries of varying degrees after fighting with the magical beasts in the forest for the past 3 days. Now that the awards ceremony was over, everyone returned to their respective dormitories to recuperate. Those who remained on the field were mostly the students who had given up on their missions in advance and were in good condition. However, after experiencing this incident, Jianchen and Tai Ta's reputation in Kargath Academy suddenly rose to the peak. They had become the biggest celebrities in Kargath Academy. Almost everywhere, one could hear the topic of the two of them. After the award ceremony ended, Jianchen, Tai Ta, and Big Brother Changyang who hurriedly bid farewell and returned to their dormitories to recuperate from their injuries. At the center of the academy, there was a tower that occupied an area of 100 meters. At the top of the tower, Vice Principal Bayan was standing in the middle of the room with a respectful expression. In front of him, the Dean of Kargath Academy was leisurely sitting in front of his desk with a faint smile on his face. That pair of deep eyes actually carried traces of happiness and excitement. Bayan, it seems that a genius has appeared in our Kargath Academy this time. The dean's face was filled with a happy smile. His tone was full of excitement. Vice Principal Bayan nodded and said with a smile, Dean, you are wrong. This time, our Kargath Academy didn't only have one genius, but two. They are respectively Chongyang Shoten and Tai Ta. Hearing this, the dean slightly shook his head and said with a smile, "That's right, Tai Ta's talent is indeed very high. Moreover, he has the advantage of being born with divine strength. But compared to Chongyang Shoten, the difference is too big." Hearing this, Vice Principal Bayan's face showed a trace of surprise. He doubtfully said, "Dean, why do you say so?" The dean let out a long sigh and said, "Don't underestimate Chongyang Shoten. He's not a simple person. No wonder old man Chong from Chongyang Prefecture kept praising him. Actually, when I received news that Chongyang Shoten and Tai Ta had killed a Class 2 magical beast in the 3rd area yesterday afternoon, I had already rushed over and secretly observed the two of them. Although the two of them haven't advanced to saint level yet, their battle prowess can't be underestimated, especially Chongyang Shoten. With a broken iron rod, he is almost invincible in the 3rd area. Not only is his attack speed extremely fast, but it is also very accurate. His battle experience is so rich that it doesn't seem like a 15-year-old boy at all, but more like a person who has experienced hundreds of battles. Almost all of the Class 2 monster cores that died at their hands were killed by Chongyang Shoten alone. Iron Tower only played a role as a distraction." Hearing this, Vice Principal Bayan's face was filled with disbelief. He said, "Dean, is Chongyang Shoten really as powerful as you say?" The dean nodded and said, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a 15-year-old boy could be so powerful. The most important thing is his rich battle experience and fighting skills. This isn't something that can be learned just because you want to. It's impossible to grasp these things without going through hundreds of battles. No wonder old man Chong kept praising Chongyang Shoten. He really is very talented. It seems that old man Chong taught him these things." Hearing this, Vice Principal Bayan's face showed a trace of relief. He said, "With Master Chong Wuji's guidance, it'll be difficult for Chongyang Shoten not to make a name for himself in the future." The dean nodded slightly and said, "Although he has old man Chang's guidance, if he doesn't have extraordinary talent, he won't be able to learn anything even with old man Chang's guidance. If Chongyang Shoten wasn't the 4th young master of Chongyang Prefecture, I would have accepted him as my disciple. After all, such a genius is rare. If he can grow up in the future, it'll be a blessing for the kingdom of Jessen." After the award ceremony, Jianchen received a new set of uniform and went to take a bath. He washed off all the dirt on his body from the past few days in the forest. He then put on the brand new uniform and returned to his dorm room feeling refreshed. Although he had been fighting for the past 3 days in the forest, Jianchen did not show any signs of fatigue. In his previous life, Jianchen had experienced crueler things than this. After returning to his dorm room, Jianchen sat cross-legged on his bed. He held a Class 1 monster core in each hand and began to cultivate. Although Jianchen's strength had reached the pinnacle of the 10th stage of Saint Force, he could clearly feel that the Saint Force in his body had not yet reached a state of saturation. As the energy within the monster cores was continuously absorbed by Jianchen, the Saint Force in Jianchen's body also grew at a rapid rate. The speed of his cultivation was 10 times faster than when he absorbed the Yuan Qi of the world. In the following 3 days, other than eating, Jianchen spent all his time cultivating in his dorm room. After 3 days of cultivation, the Saint Force in his body had reached a state of saturation. At this moment, no matter how much energy Jianchen absorbed from the monster cores, the Saint Force in his body would not continue to grow. Jianchen knew that he should break through to the Saint realm now and condense a Saint weapon. Otherwise, the Saint Force in his body would forever stagnate. Jianchen had already understood the steps and methods to condense a Saint weapon and become a Saint from the Academy's library. It was to use one's will to condense all the Saint Force in one's body and slowly form a weapon. Finally, it would fuse with one's spirit and perfectly fuse together. Once all the saint force in one's body had condensed into a weapon, one would officially become a saint realm expert. Jianchen did not stop for even a moment. He took out a Class 4 monster core from his space belt in case he needed it. He then immediately began to prepare to condense a saint weapon and break through to the saint realm. The saint force in Jianchen's dantian was firmly controlled by his powerful spirit. In front of his powerful spirit, Jianchen had absolute control over the saint force in his dantian. With a thought, Jianchen slowly gathered all the saint force in his dantian, slowly forming the shape of a sword. Finally, he began to compress it slowly. Jianchen's powerful spirit had been brought over from his previous life. It was far more powerful than ordinary people when it was born. Before his powerful spirit, the relatively weak saint force in his body could not resist at all. It was completely suppressed by Jianchen's powerful spirit. Afterward, it began to compress according to the shape of the sword formed by the saint force. As the saint force was constantly compressed, the saint force that filled Jianchen's dantian rapidly decreased. Although this was the case, the saint force in his dantian was constantly increasing in strength. The sword formed from saint force gradually became clearer. In the end, it became an extremely small sword in his dantian. At the same time, Jianchen also began to absorb the saint force. Although Jianchen had successfully condensed all the saint force in his dantian into a sword, it did not mean that he had reached saint realm. There was still one final step, which was also the most difficult step. It was this step that prevented many people from reaching saint realm in their entire lives. The final step was to fuse a part of his spirit into the sword formed from saint force in his dantian and establish a mental connection with it. At the same time, he had to completely fuse the strand of spirit with the saint weapon in his dantian. This step seemed simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. Although this step was extremely difficult in the eyes of ordinary people, it was nothing difficult for Jianchen, who was extremely powerful and could use it as he pleased. Jianchen directly fused a strand of his spirit into the saint weapon in his dantian. Afterward, under his skilled control, the strand of spirit connected with the saint weapon very quickly. In the end, it completely fused with the saint weapon, no longer separating them. At this moment, Jianchen had truly become a true saint. The hurdle of reaching saint realm posed no obstruction to him at all. When Jianchen's strand of spirit fused with the saint weapon in his dantian, Jianchen suddenly experienced a strange feeling. It was as if the sword completely condensed from saint force in his dantian had become a part of him. Not only could he control it as he wished, but he could also clearly sense every part of the sword's structure. Right now, there was no longer any saint force in Jianchen's dantian. There was only a sword completely condensed from saint force in his dantian, acting as a source of energy. The sword seemed extremely small. In terms of thickness and length, it was no different from an embroidery needle. Now that the saint weapon had been condensed, Jianchen could clearly sense that the pulses of energy from the saint weapon were several times more powerful than before. Without any exaggeration, a person who had reached saint realm could easily defeat someone at the peak of the 10th layer of saint force in an open battle. Unless something unexpected happened or something special happened, it was impossible for someone at the peak of the 10th layer of saint force to defeat a saint realm expert. However, between Jianchen and Tai Ta, one was powerful. Tai Ta was born with great strength and his body was extremely tough. Even Jianchen, who had been refining his body with saint force since he was young, was no match for him. His abnormal strength and powerful defense were enough to make up for the lack of saint force. Unless the difference in strength was too great, he would not be Tai Ta's opponent at all. At most, they would be able to fight to a draw. Although Jianchen was able to defeat an intermediate saint realm expert at the peak of the 10th layer of saint force, it was all because of the experience and battle techniques he had brought from his previous life. Jianshan's swift sword techniques and his attainments in the way of the sword, as well as the battle intent he had tempered through many life and death battles in his previous life, were enough to make him an invincible existence among those at the same level as him. Challenging those at a higher level was nothing to him. At this moment, Jianshan's expression suddenly changed. Following that, his dantian began to tremble violently. His entire dantian began to fluctuate in an unstable state. As soon as the fluctuations began, before Jianshan could react, the surrounding yuan qi began to surge wildly. All the yuan qi in a radius of several kilometers seemed to be affected by an invisible suction force, rushing to gather in Jianshan's direction. At this moment, Jianshan's body seemed to have escaped his control. All the pores on his body suddenly opened up, wildly absorbing the dense yuan qi in the surroundings. The energy within the Class 4 monster core in Jianshan's hand began to leak out at an extremely terrifying speed. In the end, it formed a visible energy ribbon that flowed into Jianshan's body. Chapter 54. Jianshan had no idea what was happening to his body. He had already lost control of his body and was unable to stop his body from absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Even with Jianshan's steel-like willpower, he could not help but feel a wave of panic when he sensed the terrifying speed at which his body was absorbing the external spiritual energy. If his body continued to absorb the spiritual energy of the world at such a speed, it would not take long before he would explode from the powerful spiritual energy. Furthermore, what made Jianshan the most puzzled was that he had no idea what was going on. Why would his dantian automatically absorb the spiritual energy of the world for no reason? Furthermore, the terrifying speed of absorption made Jianshan feel a wave of shock. With Jianshan as the center, the spiritual energy of the world within a radius of several kilometers rapidly gathered towards Jianshan. The surging spiritual energy of the world had already formed a gust of wind that whistled wildly within Kargath Academy, causing the fallen leaves to flutter and sand to fly. However, when such a large amount of spiritual energy of the world entered Jianshan's dantian, it disappeared like a stone sinking into the ocean. What Jianshan was worried about did not happen. Seeing this, Jianshan finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he did not know what had happened to his dantian, it was fine as long as he did not explode from the spiritual energy of the world. At the same time, at the top of the tower in the center of the academy, the expression of the Dean of Kargath Academy changed slightly. He exclaimed, "What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy of the world fluctuating so violently?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Dean's body turned into a blur as he directly leapt out of the window at the top of the tower. He flew through the air at a terrifying speed and arrived in front of Jianshan's dormitory in a short moment. He stared in the direction of Jianshan's dormitory with a grave expression. There was also some doubt and confusion mixed within. At this moment, a white figure shot over from the distance at an extremely fast speed. In less than a breath of time, it had crossed several hundred meters and appeared behind the Dean. It was a middle-aged man in white robes. He was the Vice Dean, Baien. Not long after Baien sensed them, dozens of figures quickly ran over from afar. However, they all eventually stopped quietly behind Vice Principal Baien. Their gazes were all focused on the place where the yuan qi of heaven and earth was concentrated. They were all teachers of the academy and were not weak. At such a close distance, such a powerful fluctuation of the spiritual energy of the world naturally could not escape their notice. Baien stared at the spot where the yuan qi of heaven and earth was gathered in surprise. His face was filled with confusion as he asked, "Dean, what's going on? Why is the yuan qi of heaven and earth in a radius of several kilometers gathering here?" Although the Dean's face's expression, his face still was filled with confusion. "I have no idea what's happening here. Let's go take a look." With that said, the Dean took the lead and walked into the dormitory, while Vice Dean Baien followed behind. "All of you, stay here. No one is allowed to enter. Just as the group of teachers behind him was about to follow in, the dean's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, all the teachers simultaneously stopped in their tracks and obediently stood where they were. None of them dared to disobey the dean's orders. Very soon, the dean and vice-dean arrived at the place where the spiritual energy of the world was concentrated. It was outside Jianshan's dormitory. Baiyan gently slammed his hand against the door. Without a sound, the door to Jianshan's dormitory shattered. As the door shattered, the scene in the dormitory entered their eyes. They saw Jianshan cultivating on his bed with his eyes closed. The tremendous amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings was absorbed into his body at an extremely terrifying rate, causing a hazy, blurry mist to form around him. Seeing this, the principal and vice-principal of Kargath Academy were shocked speechless. No matter what, they would never have thought that the reason why the world energy fluctuated so much was because of a single person cultivating. What made them even more shocked was that Jian Chen's speed of absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth had already reached a shocking level. It's actually Chongyang Shoten. How is this possible? How can he cause such a great effect with his strength? Vice-Dean Baiyan was shocked as if he had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. The dean's face was also filled with shock. His bright and deep eyes stared straight at Jianshan. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh and said, "This child is extraordinary." Vice-Dean Baiyan nodded when he heard that. He completely agreed with the dean's words. In fact, he had already thought that Jianshan was extraordinary. "Dean, what should we do now?" Vice-Dean Baiyan asked. "Wait." The dean opened his mouth slightly and only said a single word. Afterwards, the dean and vice-dean of Kargath Academy quietly stood outside Jianshan's room, waiting for Jianshan to wake up. The two of them didn't enter the room, nor did they make any noise. They were afraid of disturbing Jianshan, who was immersed in cultivation. Jianshan was very clear about what was happening outside the dormitory. However, he couldn't move or speak at this moment. He already couldn't control his body at all. The rank 4 monster core in his hand, that was originally the size of a fist, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye with the loss of energy. It had already become the size of a ping-pong ball. All the energy and the large amount of spiritual energy absorbed from the outside world had disappeared into Jianshan's dantian. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any splashes. Regarding the situation in his dantian, Jianshan was very puzzled. He didn't understand where all the spiritual energy of the world had gone to. Gradually, with the passage of time, the energy from the Class 4 monster core in Jianshan's hand had been completely absorbed. In his dantian there was finally a change. 2 dots of light, one purple and one green, gradually appeared in his dantian. The moment these 2 dots of light appeared, the speed at which Jianshan's dantian absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth suddenly increased to an abnormally terrifying speed. At this moment, it wasn't just the spiritual qi within a radius of several kilometers that was affected. When the 2 dots of light appeared in Jianshan's dantian, the yuan qi of heaven and earth within a radius of several kilometers was affected. It surged towards Jianshan's dantian and entered his body through his pores, being absorbed by the 2 dots of light in his dantian. Due to the increase in the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of the world, Jianshan's body had already formed a faint white mist that could be seen with the naked eye. Within the white mist, Jianshan's body was faintly discernible, giving him an even more mysterious feeling. The increase in the spiritual energy of the world was immediately noticed by the principal and vice-principal, who were still waiting outside the door. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Right now, the entire Kargath Academy was filled with a gale because of the spiritual energy of the world. However, other than the teachers, all the students treated this gale as a normal gale and didn't affect them in the slightest. The absorption of the spiritual energy of the world in Jianshan's dantian continued for half a day before it stopped. Right now, all the spiritual energy within a dozen kilometers had almost been completely absorbed by Jianchen. Right now, other than a sword completely condensed from Saint Force in Jianchen's dantian, there were two additional specks of light, one purple and one green. The specks of light were extremely small and weak. They flickered as if they could be extinguished at any moment. Feeling the sudden appearance of the two specks of light in his dantian, Jianchen's heart immediately sank. This was the first time he had encountered an uncontrollable situation in his dantian. It was also something he was extremely unwilling to encounter. However, he was certain that the two specks of light had something to do with the uncontrollable absorption of the spiritual energy of the world. Could it be that these two specks of light were formed from the spiritual energy of the world just now? Jianchen guessed inwardly. The huge amount of spiritual energy of the world that had entered his dantian had disappeared like a stone sinking into the ocean. This was an extremely inconceivable matter. However, after absorbing the huge amount of spiritual energy of the world, two specks of light had mysteriously appeared in his dantian. This made it very easy for Jianchen to connect the dot. However, what made Jianchen feel puzzled and uneasy was the two specks of light that had mysteriously appeared in his dantian. What was their use? Would their existence cause any adverse effects to him in the future? These were the questions that Jianchen was most worried about at the moment. Especially the latter, which made Jianchen feel a sense of insecurity. After hesitating for a while in his heart, Jianchen finally tried to control the two specks of light. However, after a series of attempts, his heart became heavier and heavier. Although he could clearly see the two specks of light through his inner vision, once he tried to control them, he suddenly realized that the two specks of light in his dantian were like illusions. He could easily pass through them without being able to control them at all. It was as if they did not exist at all. The dantian was an extremely important place for every cultivator. Jianchen did not wish to see his dantian appear in a situation that he could not control. Otherwise, it might bring about fatal consequences at a critical moment. Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Anyway, I've already died once. Why should I care so much? Very soon, Jianchen thought it through and no longer worried about the changes in his dantian. Since the situation was not something he could control, he could only accept it calmly. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm. Although successfully advancing to the saint stage was something to be happy about, he could not be happy because of the situation in his dantian that he could not control. Just as Jianchen opened his eyes, the dean and vice-dean, Bian, who had been waiting outside, walked in at the same time. Seeing the dean walk in, Jianchen hurriedly got off the bed and bowed. "Dean, vice-dean." The dean's old face was full of smiles. He looked at Jianchen calmly and smiled. "Changyang Shoten, there was an abnormality in the energy of the world here just now. Have you encountered any problems with your cultivation? If you have, you might as well tell me and see if I can help you solve it." The dean's voice carried some concern. Chapter 55. The dean chuckled and continued, "Changyang Shoten, you've already advanced to the saint realm, haven't you?" Jianchen nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I've just successfully condensed a holy weapon." "Then I wonder if your current strength is at the advanced or intermediate level of the saint realm." The dean smiled. In his opinion, Jianchen's current strength should be at least at the intermediate level of the saint realm. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that Jianchen had absorbed a huge amount of qi of heaven and earth just now. Although he did not know how Jianchen had digested such a huge amount of qi of heaven and earth, he understood that Jianchen's strength would definitely not stop at the primary level after absorbing so much qi of heaven and earth. As soon as he advanced to the saint realm, he directly skipped the primary level and became at least an intermediate level saint. At the thought of this, the dean could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. This time, a real genius had finally walked out of his Kargath Academy. Dean, I've just successfully condensed a holy weapon. Of course, my current strength is still at the primary level. Jianshan knew that the Dean at most thought that he had absorbed a huge amount of qi of heaven and earth just now, so he asked this question. Primary level. Hearing this, not only the Dean, but even the Deputy Dean, Bai En, who was standing silently beside him, had a face full of disbelief. How is it possible? You've absorbed such a huge amount of qi of heaven and earth. How can your strength still be at the primary level? Bai En could not help but ask. Even the Dean was full of doubts. I don't know either. Jianshan smiled bitterly. He did not intend to tell them what had happened in his dantian. All right, since Changyang Xiangtian is fine, it's time for us to leave. The Dean looked at Jianshan and said, Changyang Shoten, now that you've just advanced to the Saint Realm, you should familiarize yourself with the use of the holy weapon. With that, the Dean and the Deputy Dean left Jianshan's room. After leaving the dormitory building, the Deputy Dean, Bai En, asked curiously, Dean, Changyang Shoten has clearly absorbed such a huge amount of qi of heaven and earth. How can his strength still be at the primary level of the Saint Realm? This doesn't seem to make sense. Hearing this, the Dean nodded slightly and said, Yes, it does. Perhaps there's some secret on Changyang Shoten that we don't know. Otherwise, how can he draw the qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 12 miles? This is an impossible thing. Then, the Dean paused and continued. From now on, as long as it's not too big a problem, we shouldn't interfere. Let's let him grow on his own. Let's let him grow by himself. Let's not tst wilt tst. Let's t him estestesti s tts he s. Yes, Bai En understands. Bye, the Vice Dean replied respectfully. He knew that it was worth it for the Kargath Academy to raise a genius. The Dean gazed at the blue sky and murmured, Changyang Shoten seems to be only 15 this year. A 15-year-old saint is enough to shock the Tian Yuan continent. Looks like Changyang Prefecture has really produced a genius this time. I hope he'll be able to walk on smoothly. He can't die prematurely, or it'll be a loss to the kingdom of Jessen. Sigh, it's a pity that the Changyang ancestor has already disappeared for 100 years. If he were still alive, he would have probably succeeded already. After the Dean left, Jianshan sat back down on his bed and observed the 2 specks of light that had suddenly appeared in his dantian. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Jianshan had no idea what was going on with the 2 specks of light. Although they were in his dantian, they were completely out of his control. Jianshan sighed inwardly. He had already decided to ignore them, because it was a complete waste of time. After all, he had already died once, so he was able to accept many things. In this life, other than Bai Yuntian, who had given him his first taste of motherly love, there was nothing else that he cared about. Jianshan took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed down. Afterward, he extended his right hand. With a thought, a powerful pulse of energy flashed and a slender sword appeared in Jianshan's right hand. The sword was very small, and its entire body was silvery white. It was like a mirror that could clearly reflect the surrounding scenery. The sword was 4 feet long and 2 fingers wide. On the surface of the sword near the hilt, there were 2 words, light wind. The shape of the sword was completely based on the sword that Jianshan had used in his previous life. As for the name, it was the same as the sword he had used in his previous life. It was called Light Wind Sword. Jianshan's swordsmanship focused on the word fast. His swordsmanship was light and agile, and could change into thousands of forms. It was like a gentle breeze that came and went without a trace, making it impossible to catch. Thus it was called Light Wind Sword. Holding the Light Wind Sword, Jianshan couldn't help but smile. Especially when he held the Light Wind Sword, he felt as if he had returned to his previous life. The only difference was that at this moment, Jianchen felt as if the sword in his hand was like an extension of his arm. He didn't need to use too much strength to control it. Moreover, Jianchen could clearly feel that his spirit was perfectly connected with the sword in his hand. It was as if the two were one and no longer separated. This was a feeling that he had never felt before in his previous life. Jianchen extended his finger and lightly flicked the shiny silver sword. Ding! Following a crisp sound, the light wind sword let out a crisp sound. From the looks of it, the light wind sword looked like it was forged from fine iron. Jianchen was filled with joy as he used his left hand to gently stroke the light wind sword. Looking at it, it was as if the sword was his most beloved person. For a true swordsman, their love for the sword was something that could not be replaced by anything else. The sword was their life and their soul. In his previous life, Jianchen was such a person. When Jianchen summoned the light wind sword, the saint weapon that was entrenched in his dantian disappeared. At this moment, all of his strength was concentrated on the sword in his hand. Not only could this sword display a powerful attack, it was also the source of Jianchen's strength. It would replace Jianchen's dantian and provide him with an endless supply of energy. With a thought, the light wind sword in Jianchen's hand disappeared and a smaller version of the light wind sword appeared in his dantian. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Jianchen had successfully become a saint. In these 2 days, other than occasionally observing the purple and green lights in his dantian, Jianchen spent the rest of his time in the Academy's library. He hoped that he would be able to find something related to his dantian from the books, but unfortunately, he was unable to find anything. In these 2 days, the news of Jianchen becoming a saint spread throughout the Academy, causing another wave. This was because Jianchen had become a saint too quickly. Everyone in the Kargath Academy knew that when Jianchen had just entered the Academy a few months ago, his strength was only at the 8th layer of Saint Force. But in just a few short months, Jianchen had broken through from 80% Saint Force to a saint. Such a fast cultivation speed made everyone in the Kargath Academy gasp in surprise. This speed had completely surpassed the cultivation genius of the Kargath Academy, Qing Mingxiang. Far away from the Kargath Academy, in a dazzling palace, a middle-aged man in a purple and gold robe was sitting in the study, reading a book. "Your Majesty, there is a messenger requesting an audience." At this moment, a deep and respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze slowly moved away from the book and looked towards the door. He said in an indifferent tone, "Come in." This middle-aged man was the ruler of the kingdom of Jessen, Cardsun. As soon as the king's voice fell, the door of the study was gently opened. A young man in a black robe, who looked to be around 30 years old, quickly walked in. When he was 30 steps away from the king, he suddenly stopped and knelt on one knee. He said in a respectful tone, "Your Majesty, this is a letter from the Dean of the Kargath Academy, Lord Kafir." At first, the king didn't seem to care, but when he heard the name of the Dean of the Kargath Academy, Kafir's name, his expression immediately became serious. He slowly placed the book in his hand on the table and said, "Quickly present it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Standing beside the king, a personal guard in armor respectfully responded. He immediately took the letter from the messenger and carefully checked it in his hand. After confirming that there were no problems, he walked forward and handed it to the king. The king immediately opened the letter and read it. Then, a smile gradually appeared on his calm face as he muttered, "This Changyang Shoten is truly a genius. Not only can he defeat a saint with only the 8th level of Saint Force, he can also defeat a mid-level saint with only the 10th level of Saint Force. Moreover, he can condense a saint weapon and become a saint at the age of 15. He truly is a genius. No wonder Royal Uncle praised him so much. With Royal Uncle's eyesight, there's naturally no problem with judging people. Since Royal Uncle has recommended Changyang Shoten, then I should do something. Changyang Shoten has Changyang Prefecture behind him, and he's also the 4th young master of Changyang Prefecture. It seems that it's impossible to control him. Since that's the case, I can only try my best to rope him in. Although Changyang Prefecture has been silent for decades, their family background is still there. Their strength cannot be underestimated. It's enough for me to do this. Since that's the case, let's do it this way. At this point, the king seemed to have decided on something. He immediately said, "Men, bring me a brush and ink." Soon, the servant prepared the brush and ink. His Majesty picked up the brush and began to write. Finally, he carefully read the words that he had written. Then, he slowly folded it and left the study room. The king held the written scroll in one hand and was escorted by a group of bodyguards. He passed through many halls in the palace and finally entered a beautiful courtyard. Just as the king stepped into the courtyard, an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s walked out of a room in the courtyard. He looked at the king calmly and smiled. "So it's your Majesty. Please come in." The king came before the old man. He did not enter the room. He handed the scroll in his hand to the old man and said in a serious tone, "Senior Yiming, I have an important letter that I need you to personally deliver to Changyang Prefecture in Lore City." Hearing this, the old man's expression became slightly serious. He reached out to take the scroll in the king's hand and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely deliver the letter." The old man knew that since it was a letter that required him to personally deliver, it was definitely not that simple. Chapter 56. The next morning, Jianchen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. In the past 2 days, he didn't cultivate. Apart from going to the library to read books during the day, he spent the night in the dormitory familiarizing himself with the usage of the holy weapon in his dantian. He wanted to be able to use the holy weapon freely in the shortest time possible. After all, although Jianchen had advanced to a saint and the holy weapon in his body was connected to his mind, it was still not enough for him to perfectly grasp and use the holy weapon. For Jianchen, who had the experience of his previous life, the holy weapon in this world was still fresh in his heart. Without spending a few days to familiarize himself with it and accept it, even if the holy weapon in his body was connected to his mind, it would be difficult for Jianchen to exert his peak strength. This was because it was equivalent to a person who had lost an arm for more than 10 years, but the arm suddenly grew back. Anyone who was already familiar with the life of losing an arm would feel a little uncomfortable when faced with a new arm. This required time to slowly accept and familiarize himself with it. Slowly standing up from the bed, Jianchen directly left the dormitory. After going to the cafeteria for breakfast, Jianchen went to the library as usual. Although the library was now open, there was no one inside except for a middle-aged woman who was cleaning. Jianchen looked at the empty library, then went directly to the 5th floor of the library. After reading these days, almost all the books that interested Jianchen in the first 4 floors of the library had been read by him. The library had a total of 7 floors. The first 2 floors were open to students below the Saint Realm, the 3rd and 4th floors were open to students who had reached the Saint Realm, and the 5th floor was not open to the public. Only the teachers of the academy could read the books on the 5th floor. As for the 6th and 7th floor, there was a powerful barrier guarding the entrance. Only the principal and vice principal were allowed to enter. If anyone else wanted to enter the 7th floor, they would have to obtain the approval of the principal of Kargath Academy. Although the 5th floor of the library was not open to students, Jianchen's first place in the freshman martial arts competition was enough for him to enter the 5th floor of the library at will. The 5th floor of the library was not big, and there were not many books inside. In total, there were only 100 books, which was incomparable to the thousands of books on the 1st floor. However, Jianchen knew that any one of these books was much more valuable than all the books he had read before. The library on the 5th floor was extremely quiet. Although there weren't many people here, Jianchen could tell that this place had been cleaned frequently. The entire room was spotless, without a single speck of dust. Jianchen walked to the bookshelf and picked a book that talked about cultivation. The content of this book was completely about cultivation. Although Jianchen didn't know if the things inside would be helpful to him, at least it could enrich his knowledge in this area. Jianchen was very engrossed in reading. He was simply intoxicated. Although the content recorded in this book was of little help to Jianchen, it was an eye-opener for him. It was as if he had seen a completely different world of cultivation. These things were something he had never thought of in his previous life. This book was not thick, only a few dozen pages. Jianchen finished reading it quickly. After reading it, Jianchen put down the book and lowered his head to ponder for a while, digesting and memorizing the new things in his mind. After carefully putting the book back in its original place, Jianchen picked up another book and began reading. In the 5th floor of the library, almost all of the books were left behind by predecessors and some cultivation method. However, among these cultivation methods, the highest rank was only earth rank. Time quietly passed. Jianchen stayed in the 5th floor of the library and read one book after another, completely forgetting the time. At this time, Jianchen wasn't the only one on the 5th floor. There were 2 more middle-aged men. With a glance, one could tell that they were teachers of Kargath Academy. The 2 middle-aged men obviously recognized Jianchen. When they saw Jianchen for the first time, their eyes showed a trace of surprise, but they didn't say anything to disturb him. At this time, an old man wearing a luxurious green robe walked up from below. The old man looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He had white hair and a youthful face. A pair of deep eyes flashed from time to time. The 5th floor of the library wasn't big. After the old man entered the 5th floor of the library, he was about to walk to the 6th floor from the side of the stairs when he inadvertently caught sight of a slightly thin figure from the corner of his eyes. The old man's body slightly paused and he stopped in his tracks. He looked at the back of the figure and then, with a smile on his face, he slowly walked to the back of the slightly thin figure in the school uniform and said, "Changyang Shoten." Hearing this, Jianchen suddenly woke up. When he turned around and saw the old man standing behind him, his face was slightly stunned. He immediately stood up and smiled. "Dean, why are you here?" This old man was the dean of Kargath Academy. The dean's voice also woke up the 2 reading teachers. When the 2 middle-aged men saw that it was the dean, they were shocked. They immediately put down the books in their hands and stood up from their chairs. They slightly cupped their hands towards the dean and said, "Greetings, Dean." Their tone was filled with respect from the bottom of their hearts. The dean of Kargath Academy was a well-known figure in the entire kingdom of Jessen. This was because not only was he a powerful Heaven Saint Master, but he was also one of the 6 strongest experts in the kingdom of Jessen. Even in the Tianyuan continent, a Heaven Saint Master was a powerful figure who could do whatever he wanted. The dean's gaze lightly swept across the 2 middle-aged men. He waved his hand and said, "Don't mind me. Both of you continue reading your books." "Yes, Dean." The 2 middle-aged men immediately sat back down obediently. However, they were no longer able to focus on the books in their hand. The dean glanced at the books in Jianchen's hands and nodded with a smile. His eyes were filled with gratification as he said, "Changyang Shoten, do you also like reading these books?" Jianchen nodded without hesitation and said, "That's right. You can learn a lot from these books. Even if they aren't of any help to you, they can still broaden your horizons." Hearing this, the dean looked at Jianchen with admiration. Very good, very good. Changyang Shoten, it's really rare for you to understand this. Since you like reading these books, I'll help you this time. Come with me." With that, the dean turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the 6th floor. Looking in the direction the dean walked, how could Jianchen not understand what the dean meant? He was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly placed the book in his hands back to its original position and followed the dean to the 6th floor. Seeing Jianchen disappear at the stairs, the 2 teachers' eyes were filled with envy. Only the dean and vice-dean had the authority to enter the 6th and 7th floor of the library. If anyone else wanted to enter, they would have to obtain the dean's personal approval. The 6th and 7th floor of the library was definitely the place that all the teachers in the Kargath Academy yearned for the most. This was because not only were there records of higher-level cultivation methods, there were also many other books that were much richer and of a much higher level. Most importantly, the 6th and 7th floor of the library recorded many spiritual materials and treasures of the Tian-Yuan continent. Very soon, Jianchen followed the dean to the entrance of the 6th floor. Here, Jianchen could clearly see a transparent barrier blocking the entrance. The barrier of the 6th and 7th floor was set down by the successive deans. Its defense is extremely strong. Even a Heaven Saint Master would not be able to break through it in a short amount of time. There was a hint of pride in the dean's voice. Then, he took out a token made entirely of purple gold. There were very complicated patterns on the token. It looked like a picture. The violet gold token in the dean's hand emitted a faint violet light. The violet light grew brighter and brighter. In the end, a ray of light shot out from the token and directly hit the barrier. The transparent barrier rippled like water, and finally, a large hole that could fit one person slowly appeared in the middle of the barrier. "Changyang Shoten, come with me." The dean called out to Jianchen and directly walked in. Jianchen followed the dean through the 6th floor of the library and directly to the 7th floor. The 7th floor of the library was extremely spacious. It was only the size of a room. In the center of the room was a wooden table. In front of the table was a small bookshelf. On the bookshelf were a dozen books that were not thick. On the bookshelf were 2 boxes. One of the boxes was completely made of extremely precious jade, while the other was completely made of violet gold. Both of them were extremely valuable. From this, it could be seen just how valuable the items in the boxes were. Ever since Kargath Academy was founded, this library has existed for several hundred years. In these several hundred years, other than the current dean, there have been quite a few people who have come to the 7th floor of the library. Every single one of them was either a renowned expert of the Tian-Yuan continent or a person in charge of a large organization. You are the only person who has entered the 7th floor as a student of Kargath Academy. The dean slowly said in an extremely calm voice. "Changyang Shoten, the 7th floor of the library is where the wealth of our Kargath Academy resides. The entire 7th floor of the library is enveloped by a powerful barrier. This barrier was set up by the first dean of Kargath Academy, Bunai, using his great strength as a saint ruler. The items inside have all been imprinted with a special imprint. As long as the barrier is not broken, it is impossible to take them out. The books here are either cultivation methods collected by Bunai or his personal notes on cultivation. This is the greatest wealth of our Kargath Academy." Hearing this, Jianchen's expression became serious. He never thought that the 7th floor of the library would be so important. What surprised him even more was that the first dean of Kargath Academy was actually a saint ruler. The dean looked at Jianchen with shining eyes. With a serious expression, he sternly said, "Changyang Shoten, as the dean, I permit you to look at any book aside from the jade box. You only have one chance, so I hope you will make good use of it." Jianchen solemnly nodded and said, "Thank you for your permission, Dean. Not only is the contents of the jade box completely useless to you right now, it might even become a hindrance to your growth. As a result, you cannot look at the contents of the jade box. The purple gold box contains a low-level heaven-tier cultivation method, the Daluo Heart Sutra. You can read it as you wish. However, the true yang qi of your Changyang Prefecture's family heirloom is not much weaker than the Daluo Heart Sutra. As a result, you cannot be impatient as to what kind of cultivation method you want to cultivate." Chapter 57. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and calmed down very quickly. He slowly walked to the bookshelf and glanced through the books one by one. Afterward, He directly took out the first book and sat down in front of the desk in the center of the bookshelf. This book was about cultivation experiences and techniques for breaking through bottleneck. It even clearly described the things one needed to pay attention to when breaking through to Earth Saint Master. Although there were not many books on the first floor, every single one of them was the best of the best. If they were taken outside, it would definitely lead to a storm of blood. Jianchen carefully flipped through the book page by page. He finished the book very quickly. After reading it, Jianchen immediately sank into deep thought. It had to be said that any random book he took out was enough to broaden his horizons. The cultivation system of this world had completely overturned Jianchen's previous life. After reading this book, Jianchen clearly felt that his understanding of the cultivation system of this world had deepened a little. Before long, Jianchen finished reading all the books on the bookshelf. Among the books, half of them described cultivation experiences and the various obstacles one would encounter, while the other half were cultivation method. However, the highest level cultivation method was only high earth tier. The books that were most helpful to Jianchen were the cultivation experiences and the handwritten notes of the first principal of Kargath Academy, Bunnan. Jianchen's gaze landed on the purple gold box at the top of the bookshelf. According to the principal, the purple gold box contained a low heaven tier cultivation method. Although Jianchen did not know just how valuable a low heaven tier cultivation method was, he knew that it was definitely a priceless treasure. After all, heaven tier cultivation methods were ranked second among all the cultivation methods on the Tianyuan continent. They were only one level lower than the Saint tier cultivation methods on the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen slowly opened the purple gold box and saw a palm-sized book lying inside. On the cover of the book were the words Daluo Heart Sutra. When Jianchen held the book in his hand, a soft and comfortable feeling immediately filled his hand. There was also a sliver of warmth, as if it had just been touched by someone. The book was made from the fur of a magical beast. It was extremely tough and would not be damaged easily. Jianchen carefully took out the palm-sized book and began to flip through it. His face was stern. Clearly, he understood that it was extremely difficult for him to see such a high-level cultivation method at his current level. Although he did not plan on cultivating the cultivation method, it would be beneficial to him at the very least. He might even be able to learn something valuable from it. 4 hours later, Jianchen finally shifted his gaze away from the book. He lowered his head and pondered. Only when he was certain that he had completely memorized the contents of the book did he put the book back into the purple gold box and return to his original position. Glancing at the books on the bookshelf again, Jianchen let out a long sigh. He then made his way down the stairs without any reluctance. However, today's trip to the 7th floor of the library was extremely rewarding for Jianchen. Afterwards, Jianchen looked through all the books on the 6th floor. Although the books on the 6th floor were not as valuable as the ones on the 7th floor, they were still quite rewarding for Jianchen. Especially the various cultivation experiences left behind by the predecessors. They were extremely helpful to Jianchen. Other than these, Jianchen also learned about many rare spiritual materials and treasures from the book. These were not things that could be found on the lower floors of the library. When Jianchen walked out of the library, the sky had already darkened. Unknowingly, he had already stayed in the library for an entire day. He had even forgotten to eat. Grumble. At this moment, Jianchen's stomach finally grumbled. Jianchen reached out and rubbed his stomach that was already hurting from hunger. His face revealed a trace of a helpless smile. He then walked directly in the direction of the cafeteria. After a hurried dinner, Jianchen walked directly to the dormitory. Along the way, he attracted the gazes of many students. Some were envious, some were admiring, some were jealous. There were all kinds of gazes. Jianchen did not care about the gazes around him. He walked straight to the dormitory. When he entered the dormitory building, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of his dormitory from afar. It was his big brother, Chongyang, who. It's already so late, but big brother is still waiting for me here. Could it be that there is something urgent that you need me for? Jianchen thought to himself. He quickened his pace and walked over quickly. Big brother, it's already so late. Why are you still waiting for me here? Can't you wait until tomorrow? Jianchen arrived in front of Chongyang Hu and asked. When he saw that Jianchen had returned, Chongyang Hu's face instantly turned bitter. He sighed and said, "Sigh, fourth brother, you're finally back. Where did you run off to today? I practically searched the entire school but couldn't find you. I've been waiting for you here for an entire day." Jianchen's face revealed a trace of apology and said, "Big brother, could it be that you're looking for me for something important?" Hearing this, Chongyang Hu's face immediately revealed a happy smile. He said excitedly, "Of course there's something, and it's a big matter. Come, fourth brother, let's go inside and talk." Jianchen nodded slightly. He took out the key from his space belt and opened the door of the dormitory. The door of this dormitory was newly changed. The previous door had already been smashed to pieces by the vice president. When they entered the dormitory, Chongyang Hu immediately closed the door and said, "Fourth brother, just now there was a message from home. You're really lucky. I really envy you." Hearing this, Jianchen's face revealed a trace of confusion. He asked puzzledly, "Big brother, what's the matter?" Chongyang Hu walked to Jianchen's bed and sat down. He had a happy smile on his face and said, "Fourth brother, I guess you don't know yet. Father has already arranged a marriage for you." Hearing this, Jianchen's expression was clearly stunned. He immediately reacted and revealed a trace of disbelief. He exclaimed, "What? A marriage?" Chongyang Hu fiercely nodded and said happily, "Yes, fourth brother. And the bride is the king's third princess, Princess Jelen. I heard that the king took the initiative to propose this marriage." Hearing this, Jianchen's expression immediately became serious. He was very surprised by this situation. He was even more dissatisfied that his family had decided on his marriage without his consent. This kind of fate that was completely arranged by his family made Jianchen feel extremely disgusted. Seeing Jianchen's expression, Chongyang Hu thought that Jianchen was worried about the Princess Jelen's appearance. He could not help but chuckle and said, "Fourth brother, don't worry. Although I have never seen the Princess Jelen, I have heard many things about her. The Princess Jelen is the king's third daughter. She is a natural beauty with a face that can cause the downfall of nations. She has been a genius since she was young. Not only is she proficient in the 4 arts, she is also extremely talented in cultivation. It is said that when she was 15, her saint force had already reached the 7th layer. She is deeply doted on by the king and is the apple of his eye. His Majesty dotes on the Princess Jelen very much." At this point, Chongyang Hu sighed and said, "Let's not talk about the Princess Jelen's noble status. Just her talent in cultivation is not something that I can compare to. Fourth brother, it is a blessing for you that His Majesty has betrothed the Princess Jelen to you. You don't have to have such a bitter expression." Jianchen sighed inwardly. How could Chongyang Hu understand his thoughts? No matter how beautiful the Princess Jelen was, Jianchen would not be moved. Right now, he only wanted to wholeheartedly increase his strength and did not want to waste time on these matters. Furthermore, he was very clear that His Majesty must have known about his achievements in Kargath Academy. Otherwise, he would not have betrothed his most beloved daughter to him so decisively. Since this marriage was proposed by His Majesty, Jianchen was also clear that he had no power to reject it. Not to mention whether his parents would give up such a good opportunity to befriend the royal family, this was also related to the royal family's reputation. Unless His Majesty took the initiative to withdraw the order, with Jianchen's current status, he could only accept it calmly. However, what made Jianchen feel at ease was that this marriage was only temporarily decided. As for when they would officially get married, this also meant that this marriage could be extended indefinitely. At the very least, it would give him some time to breathe. After all, in his heart, he still did not want to talk about matters of the heart. Furthermore, in his previous life, Jianchen and Xiaoyao had already become accustomed to drifting on the lake. They did not have a fixed residence, the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed. If there was another person by his side in the future, he would really feel very uncomfortable. After Changyang who left, Jianchen sat alone on the bed and pondered. It had to be said that this news from his family was really too sudden. It actually made Jianchen feel that he was caught unprepared. Sigh. It's better to spend the time on cultivation. After all, only with strength can one decide everything. When my strength is strong enough, even if I take the initiative to cancel the marriage, the king would not say anything. Jianchen let out a long sigh and slowly calmed himself down. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to cultivate. Jianchen took out a level 1 magic core from the storage ring, then slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy in the magic core to cultivate. Since Jianchen's strength broke through to the Saint Realm 2 days ago, tonight was the first time he cultivated. For the past 2 nights, he had been familiarizing himself with the use and control of the holy weapon. Just as Jianchen began to absorb the energy in the magic core, the energy in the magic core suddenly flowed faster and faster. In the end, the energy in the magic core was like a runaway horse, crazily surging into Jianchen's body, causing the speed at which Jianchen absorbed the energy to soar to hundreds of times the usual speed in an instant. The sudden change made Jianchen's expression change drastically. Although everyone hoped that they could absorb the energy faster, the speed at which Jianchen absorbed the energy in the magic core had reached a very terrifying speed. Jianchen simply could not refine the energy in the magic core in time. Not only was this not beneficial to him, but it would also bring him endless harm. This was because he could not control the energy that he had not refined. Once such a huge amount of energy ran amok in his body, the consequences would be so great that Jianchen would be doomed eternally. Chapter 58. Jianchen let out a long breath and slowly calmed himself down. Then, he looked down at the magical core in his hand. Although he had only absorbed the energy for a short moment, he could clearly feel that the energy in the rank 1 magical core in his hand had been greatly reduced, and even the size of the magical core seemed to have shrunk. This scene made Jianchen gasp. Although the energy in a rank 1 magical core was not particularly much, it would take at least 3 nights for Jianchen to completely absorb the energy in a rank 1 magical core before advancing to a saint. Just now, he had only absorbed the energy in the magical core for a short breath, but he could clearly feel that the energy in the magical core had been greatly reduced. Jianchen really did not dare to imagine how much energy he had absorbed in that short period of time. Then, Jianchen immediately checked his body again, but what surprised him was that after absorbing such a huge amount of energy, there was no reaction in his dantian at all, and there were no signs of his energy increasing either. It was as if the scene just now was just an illusion that had never happened at all. If it weren't for the fact that he could clearly feel that the energy in the rank 1 magical core in his hand had indeed been greatly reduced, Jianchen would have thought that the scene just now was just an illusion because everything was just too strange. Jianchen frowned and thought hard, but no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. In the end, Jianchen could only put this matter aside and continue to absorb the energy in the magical core to cultivate. However, after experiencing that scene just now, Jianchen was obviously much more cautious this time. He paid full attention to the condition of his body to prevent that unbelievable scene from happening again. Unexpectedly, just as he began to absorb the energy in the magical core, the scene just now happened again. The magical core in Jianchen's hand was emitting a faint light, and the energy inside was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It surged into Jianchen's body at an unbelievable speed, and then was absorbed into his body through the meridians in his arm and the pores in his body. Jianchen sat cross-legged on the bed, and his body trembled slightly like a stone sculpture. Now, he was finally sure that what had just happened was real, and not an illusion. Just when Jianchen was about to stop absorbing the energy in the magical core, he suddenly gave up on this idea, and then raised all his concentration to the peak, paying close attention to the situation in his body. He wanted to figure out what was going on, and why his speed of absorbing the energy in the magical core had suddenly increased to such a terrifying level. Moreover, when the energy entered his body, it immediately disappeared without a trace, and he did not know where it went. The size of the magical core in Jianchen's hand was rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the huge amount of energy released from the magical core crazily poured into Jianchen's body through the meridians in his arm and the pores in his body. Being impacted by such a huge amount of energy, Jianchen felt a burst of pain in the meridians in his arm and a small part of his skin. It was different from absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth 2 days ago. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was in a gentle state, so under such a fast absorption speed, Jianchen did not feel any discomfort. However, the magical core was different. The magical core was the essence of a magical beast's condensed energy, and whether it was the intensity or the purity of the energy, it was far from the most primitive yuan qi of heaven and earth that could compare to it. Moreover, the energy in the magical core also contained a kind of wild element, so such a fast absorption of the energy in the magical core brought about some drawbacks to Jianchen's body. Jianchen did not care about this little bit of pain, and concentrated on closely observing the situation in his body. He saw that most of the huge amount of energy he had absorbed from the magical core was flowing towards a certain place in his dantian, and only a very small part of the remaining energy was left for Jianchen to absorb. However, when Jianchen found the place where the energy was going, his face suddenly became very interesting, because that place was actually the place where the 2 purple and green light spots suddenly appeared in his dantian 2 days ago, and the energy was actually all absorbed by these 2 light spots. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the magical core in his hand with a slightly dignified expression. Then, he threw the magical core away, closed his eyes again, and continued to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth to continue his cultivation. The yuan qi of heaven and earth continuously gathered towards Jianchen, and the speed of gathering was actually more than 10 times faster than when he usually absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth. However, now, among the yuan qi that Jianchen absorbed, 99% was actually absorbed by the 2 strange light spots in his dantian, and the yuan qi that he could absorb was only 1% of the total. Inferring from this, Jianchen's current cultivation speed by absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth would be 10 times slower than before. After coming to this conclusion, Jianchen's face suddenly became ugly. His cultivation speed was only 1/10 of the usual, and this situation was definitely not what he wanted to see. What he did not expect was that the purple and green light spots in his dantian, which he did not know how they formed, would actually cause him so much trouble. Then, Jianchen tried to absorb the energy in the magical core to cultivate, and then, the heavy expression on his face gradually relaxed. What made him feel very fortunate was that if he absorbed the energy in the magical core to cultivate, then not only would his cultivation speed not be slower than before, but it would also be 3 times faster than before. However, the only drawback was that the consumption of the magical core was too great, so much so that Jianchen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Jianchen stopped cultivating, looked at the dark night sky outside the window, and sighed helplessly. If the 2 light spots in his dantian were to compete with him for energy every time he cultivated, then it would be very difficult for him to cultivate in the future. After all, by absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, Jianchen's cultivation speed was only 1/10 of the usual, and although absorbing the energy in the magical core could increase his cultivation speed by another 3 times, the consumption of the magical core was so great that Jianchen could not bear it. A Class 1 magical core was at least enough for Jianchen to cultivate for 3 nights in the past, But now, a Class 1 magical core could only last for less than the time to drink a cup of tea. Calculating from this, Jianchen would need to spend nearly 50 Class 1 magical cores to cultivate for a night. With such a large consumption, even if Jianchen was rich, it would be difficult to provide him with magical cores for cultivation. Baidu search. An hour is 2 hours, a quarter of an hour is 15 minutes, the time to drink a cup of tea is 10 minutes, and the time to burn an incense is 5 minutes. In the future, the smaller units of time will be calculated like this. Jianchen very quickly calmed down. With his wisdom, such a small setback would not be able to defeat him. Sigh, I'll take it one step at a time. If I don't have magical cores, I'll just hunt magical beasts to obtain them. Moreover, who knows when it will be full and won't continue to compete with me for energy. With this thought in mind, Jianchen directly took out a large number of magical cores from his space belt and continued to cultivate. The night quickly passed, and the next morning, Jianchen ended his cultivation. When he counted the number of monster cores he had consumed last night, he couldn't help but gasp. In just a single night, he had actually used up 56 monster cores of the first step. Jianchen's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Although he still had many magical cores in his space belt, at this rate, the magical cores in his hands would not be able to last for more than a few days. Once his magical cores were exhausted, he could only rely on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Now, Jianchen only hoped that the 2 light spots in his dantian would reach a state of saturation soon, and not endlessly absorb energy like this. Looks like when will I have to go to the forest to hunt magical beasts to obtain magical cores again? Jianchen muttered in a low voice. After calming himself down, Jianchen directly left the dormitory, and then went to the small forest on the east side of the academy to explain some knowledge about techniques and battle experience to his older brother, Changyang-hu. When the sun had already risen high in the sky, Jianchen finished explaining to his older brother. Big brother, let's stop here for today. You will have to spend a little more effort on the utilization and transformation of power. As for battle experience, it will slowly increase as you fight, so you don't have to deliberately practice. Jianchen said to his older brother, Changyang-hu. These days, Jianchen would come here every morning to give his older brother some advice about martial arts. Changyang-hu nodded and said, I understand, fourth brother. Now, Changyang-hu did not find it strange at all how Jianchen knew these things. He did not know what kind of living environment Jianchen's environment in Changyang Prefecture, but in his opinion, his fourth brother was a true genius. Even if he received some special care in the family, it was only natural. Maybe these things were taught to him by the elders in the family. Moreover, he also knew that his fourth brother was especially fond of reading. When he was in the academy, he would run to the library all day long if he had nothing to do. Maybe he learned these things from the books in the family's library. Big brother, take your time to practice. I will leave first. After saying that, Jianchen walked into the depths of the small forest. On the other hand, Changyang-hu continued to train. In an indoor martial arts arena of the academy, 2 youths wearing the academy's uniform were engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were wielding huge swords. One of them was wielding a huge sword that was flashing with a fiery red radiance. Waves of hot aura was being emitted from the sword. This person was none other than Qing Mingxiang, who was known as a cultivation genius in Kargath Academy. The huge sword in the hands of the young man who was practicing with Qing Mingxiang was flashing with a blue light. He looked a little older than Qing Mingxiang, but at this moment, his face was dignified and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The 2 people were fighting very fiercely in the field, but people with discerning eyes could see that the young man with the blue sword was completely suppressed by the young man with the fiery red sword. He did not have the strength to fight back and could only blindly resist. Okay, young master, stop fighting. If you continue, I won't be able to hold on. The young man with the blue sword suddenly said. Hearing this, Cheng Mingxiang suddenly stopped, and then the huge sword disappeared from his hand. He said with a faint smile, "Shala, now the time you can hold on is getting shorter and shorter. It seems that you should also work hard. The current you is much weaker than before." Hearing this, the young man with the blue sword couldn't help but bitterly smile and said, "Young master, it's not that my strength has become weak, but your strength has grown too fast. I am no longer young master's opponent." Hearing this, Cheng Mingxiang's face suddenly showed a trace of pride. Chapter 59. Hearing this, Cheng Mingxiang's face immediately became serious. He took the letter from the student and began to read it. As he read, Cheng Mingxiang's face gradually became gloomy. His expression became extremely unsightly, and his eyes burned with raging flames of anger. Seeing Cheng Mingxiang's expression, the youth who had been training with Cheng Mingxiang carefully asked, "Young Master Cheng, what's wrong? Could it be that something has happened in the sect?" Cheng Mingxiang tightly clenched his fist and crushed the letter into a ball. At this moment, his face was filled with malevolence and his eyes burned with raging flames of anger and intense resentment. Changyang Shoten. Cheng Mingxiang gnashed his teeth and his fists made cracking sounds. From this, it could be seen how furious he was. Hearing Cheng Mingxiang say Changyang Shoten's name, the youth who had been training with Cheng Mingxiang became more and more puzzled. He asked again, "Young Master Cheng, what happened?" Cheng Mingxiang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "His Majesty has already betrothed Princess Glan to Changyang Shoten. Moreover, they have already been engaged." Hearing this, the youth's face slightly changed. He knew very well that Cheng Mingxiang had a special liking for Princess Glan. Ever since Cheng Mingxiang had first seen Princess Glan in the Imperial Palace a few years ago, he had already been deeply infatuated by Princess Glan's fairy-like appearance and outstanding talent. From then on, he had been unable to extricate himself. In Cheng Mingxiang's heart, he had already set Princess Glan as his. After all, in the entire kingdom of Jessen, only he, Cheng Mingxiang, was worthy of Princess Glan. Whether it was his family background or his talent, Cheng Mingxiang was not inferior to anyone. This was especially true for the Huayun sect behind him. It was the #1 power in the kingdom of Jessen apart from the imperial family. In the kingdom of Jessen, it was like a colossus with a transcendent status. As the young master of the Huayun sect, his status was incomparably high. Previously, Cheng Mingxiang had asked his father to propose marriage to His Majesty more than once, but at that time, his father had always rejected him with the reason that he should spend his time on cultivation and not delay his bright future for the sake of his children. Although Cheng Mingxiang was dissatisfied with his father's rejection, he didn't say anything. This was because, at that time, Cheng Mingxiang had already decided that Princess Glan was his, and no one would be able to steal her away. After all, in the Jessen kingdom, apart from himself, there was no one who could match up to Princess Glan, so he wasn't anxious at all. However, he had never expected that there would be someone in Kargath Academy who was not the slightest bit weaker than him in terms of cultivation. In fact, Cheng Mingxiang's talent was even higher than his. Not only did Changyang Shoten's appearance completely suppress his reputation as a cultivation genius in Kargath Academy, but he had also snatched away his beloved. How could Cheng Mingxiang accept this? The youth who was sparring with Cheng Mingxiang carefully looked at Cheng Mingxiang and said in a low voice, "Young master, what do you plan to do now?" Cheng Mingxiang's eyes flashed with dense killing intent as he said in a deep voice, "Princess Glan belongs to me. In the kingdom of Jessen, only I, Cheng Mingxiang, am worthy of her." Cheng Mingxiang's voice was filled with anger as he shouted, "Shala, call some people. We will go find Changyang Shoten. This time, I will teach him a good lesson for daring to snatch my woman." "Yes, young master." The youth who was sparring with Cheng Mingxiang immediately ran out and began to contact some people. With the powerful strength behind Cheng Mingxiang, He quickly gathered a group of people in the academy. There were a total of 16 people. They were all children of noble families, and all had the strength of saints. However, most of them had their magic cores stolen by Jianshan in the forest. As a result, they couldn't complete their mission at all. Because of this, they naturally resented Jianshan. At this moment, when they heard that Qing Mingxiang was going to personally teach Jianshan a lesson, they all took the initiative to sign up and were willing to participate in this operation. However, among them there were two people that Jianshan was familiar with. They were Luo Jian of the Luo family and Kadiun of the Cardi family. Qing Mingxiang looked at the crowd calmly and couldn't help but show a smile on his face. He murmured in a low voice, "Very good. With so many people here, even if Changyang Shoten is crippled, Changyang Prefecture won't dare to say anything. After all, these people all have powerful forces behind them. At that time, even if His Majesty the King wants to intervene in this matter to protect Changyang Shoten, he will have a headache." Although Qing Mingxiang was confident that he could easily deal with Changyang Shoten by himself, Changyang Shoten's identity had been completely different from the past since His Majesty the King announced the engagement between Changyang Shoten and Princess Glan. Not only did he have Changyang Prefecture behind him, but also the royal family. In the face of these two forces, even if Qing Mingxiang had a powerful background, he had to consider the consequences. If he simply taught Changyang Shoten a lesson, nothing would happen. However, Qing Mingxiang didn't want to let Changyang Shoten off so easily. Therefore, he called a few more people with powerful backing to act together. At that time, even if Changyang Shoten was crippled or even killed, there were so many forces behind him. Even if His Majesty the King wanted to investigate, he had to consider the overall situation. In the face of so many forces, Changyang Prefecture didn't even have the courage to speak. Shala, immediately send someone to find Changyang Shoten's location. Remember, this matter must not be publicized. If the vice principal or principal were to find out, all of our plans would fail completely. Qing Mingxiang instructed the young man who previously sparred with him. Yes, young master. After that, Shala directly spent money or relied on her connections to secretly inquire about Changyang Shoten's location in the academy. At the same time, she also sent many trusted people to search the entire Kargath Academy. Kargath Academy was very calm. There wasn't the slightest ripple caused by the actions of Qing Mingxiang and his group. After 2 hours, the 20 students that Shala sent to search for Changyang Shoten returned one after another. Young Master Qing, we searched the entire Kargath Academy, but we didn't find any trace of Changyang Shoten. The leader in charge of searching for Changyang Shoten reported to Qing Mingxiang. Hearing this, Qing Mingxiang frowned and said, "How is that possible? Could it be that Changyang Shoten isn't in the academy right now? I heard that Changyang Shoten especially likes to go to the library. I don't know if you guys went to the library to search." Luo Jian, who was standing at the side, said. Although Luo Jian was stabbed by Jianshan a few days ago, after a few days of recuperation and taking good medicine, his injuries had already recovered. We also went to the library to search. Changyang Shoten isn't in the library. The person in charge of searching continued. At this time, a slightly fat young man opened his mouth and said, "I heard that Changyang Shoten is this year's newcomer king. The newcomer king has the privilege of entering the first 5 floors of the library. Could it be that Changyang Shoten is hiding on the 5th floor of the library? If that's the case, then we can only wait for him to come out." Hearing this young man's words, everyone, including Qing Mingxiang, felt that it was very reasonable. The leader in charge of searching for Changyang Shoten shook his head and said, "No, I have already asked the cleaning lady in the library. She said that Changyang Shoten didn't go to the library today." Could it be that Changyang Shoten really isn't in the academy? Qing Mingxiang frowned slightly. At this time, the leader in charge of searching hesitated slightly and then said, "Young Master Qing, Although we didn't find Changyang Shoten, we found Changyang Hu in the small forest on the east side of the academy. Changyang Hu is Changyang Shoten's elder brother. I don't think he doesn't know where Changyang Shoten is." Hearing this, Luo Jian's eyes lit up, but then his face became gloomy. He still remembered the scene that happened that night. The magic core in his hands was snatched away by the two Changyang Shoten brothers, Tai Ta and a few others. He didn't have the guts to take revenge on Tai Ta, but he didn't have much fear in his heart towards the two brothers, Changyang Shoten and Changyang Hu. That's right, Changyang Hu must know where Changyang Shoten went. I suggest that we go ask Changyang Hu," Luo Jian said in a low voice, and his eyes flashed with a sharp gaze. "Okay, let's go find Changyang Hu first." Luo Jian's suggestion was quickly approved by everyone. Then, in order to not attract the attention of the other students, the dozen of them rushed towards the small forest on the east side of the academy in different groups. When they arrived at the small forest, they saw that Changyang Hu was still practicing martial arts in the forest. As soon as he saw Changyang Hu, Luo Jian's eyes suddenly burned with anger. At this moment, Changyang Hu might be too engrossed in practicing martial arts, but he didn't notice the arrival of Qing Mingxiang and a dozen others. Qing Mingxiang and a dozen others quickly arrived in front of Changyang Hu and cooperatively surrounded Changyang Hu in the middle. At this time, Changyang Hu suddenly woke up, and when he reacted, there were more than a dozen students wearing school uniforms around him. Changyang Hu looked around, and when he saw the expressions on the faces of more than a dozen people, his heart suddenly jumped. He already had a bad premonition, especially when he saw Luo Jian's eyes filled with hatred. His face couldn't help but become dignified. "What are you doing?" Changyang Hu opened his mouth and shouted. Although he was surrounded by more than a dozen people, there wasn't the slightest trace of fear on his face. Luo Jian sneered and said, "Changyang Hu, do you still remember what happened in the forest a few days ago?" Luo Jian's face suddenly became gloomy, and he stared sharply at Changyang Hu and said sternly, "You actually dared to snatch the magic core that I spent 3 days to obtain with great difficulty, and caused me to fail the task. I must properly settle this account with you." Changyang Hu coldly snorted, and looked at Luo Jian fearlessly and said coldly, "Luo Jian, you only have yourself to blame. You can't blame us. If you didn't snatch the magic core in our hands first, then the following things wouldn't have happened. You asked for all of this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your lack of strength. You were actually defeated by my fourth brother who hasn't become a saint yet." At the end of his words, Changyang Hu looked at Luo Jian with a trace of disdain and ridicule in his eyes. "You!" Luo Jian was suddenly speechless by Changyang Hu's last words. For him, the defeat in the forest that night was definitely a shame that could not be washed away in his life. With his strength as an intermediate saint, he was actually defeated by a freshman who was not even a saint, and the magic core that he spent 3 days to obtain was snatched away. This result was absolutely unacceptable to him as the young master of the Luo family. Chapter 60. Luo Jian flew into a rage out of humiliation. A huge cyan sword appeared in his right hand in an instant as he swung it towards Changyang Hu's shoulder. Changyang Hu's reaction was not slow either. His vigilance had already reached its peak when he was surrounded by these people. Just as Luo Jian summoned his saint weapon, a huge yellow axe immediately appeared in his hand. He fearlessly swung it towards Luo Jian's huge sword. Just as the two of them were about to fight, the surrounding people very sensibly retreated a few steps to avoid being affected. Bang! Luo Jian's huge sword and Changyang Hu's huge axe collided with a loud sound of metal clashing. The two saint weapons collided in the air and immediately separated. Because of the powerful recoil, both of them could not stop themselves from retreating at the same time. Changyang Hu retreated a full 4 or 5 steps before stabilizing himself, while Luo Jian only retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself. In this exchange, Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Changyang Hu was at a disadvantage. Although Luo Jian's wind-attributed saint weapon focused on speed and was relatively weaker in terms of attack, his strength had already reached the level of an intermediate saint. Even if Changyang Hu's earth-attributed saint weapon was slightly stronger in terms of defense, he was still no match for Luo Jian. After all, Changyang Hu had just become a saint. Luo Jian did not plan to let Changyang Hu off so easily. His body flashed with a cyan light as gusts of wind constantly revolved around his body. Luo Jian arrived in front of Changyang Hu at an extremely fast speed. His huge sword left behind a cyan light in the air as he chopped towards Changyang Hu at an extremely fast speed. With his wind-attributed saint force, Luo Jian's speed was much faster than the others. Changyang Hu's expression suddenly changed. Luo Jian's attack was so fast that he did not have any extra time to counterattack. In the end, he could only barely raise the huge axe in his hand to block. Changyang Hu die. However, just as Changyang Hu used the huge axe in his hand to block Luo Jian's huge sword, an angry roar rang out from the side. Ka Di Yun slashed towards Changyang Hu with a huge sword in his hand, directly chopping at Changyang Hu's right arm. The intense pain caused Changyang Hu to groan. Ka Di Yun had clearly used a lot of strength in this attack, leaving a deep wound on Changyang Hu's arm. Because of the huge injury to his arm, Changyang Hu was unable to maintain the saint weapon in his hand. The huge axe once again turned into a beam of energy and disappeared in his hand. Luo Jian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He once again swung the huge sword in his hand across Changyang Hu's chest. The sharp tip of the sword easily cut through Changyang Hu's uniform, leaving a deep wound on his chest. Immediately, a torrent of blood flowed out from his body, quickly dyeing the front of his uniform red. The intense pain caused the muscles on Changyang Hu's face to twitch slightly, but he did not let out a single scream. Changyang Hu, you didn't think that you would have such a day, did you? Luo Jian laughed loudly, his face filled with malice. The resentment he had for Changyang Hu naturally would not be so easily resolved. He once again swung the huge sword in his hand, adding another wound to Changyang Hu's body. Changyang Hu's eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Luo Jian. He angrily said, "Luo Jian, you useless thing. If you have the guts, go fight with my fourth brother. Let's see if he won't beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground." Hearing this, Luo Jian's face suddenly became gloomy. He immediately took a step forward and directly kicked at Changyang Hu. Changyang Hu's eyes flashed. Just as Luo Jian's foot was about to reach his face, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and firmly grabbed Luo Jian's foot. He then pulled back with all his strength. Luo Jian's body suddenly lost balance and directly fell to the ground. "Ha!" Changyang Hu angrily shouted. His left hand formed a fist, and all the saint force in his body gathered on his fist. He then fiercely smashed at Luo Jian, who had fallen to the ground. Luo Jian's reaction was not slow. Just as his body fell to the ground, he immediately bounced up from the ground, narrowly dodging Changyang Hu's full-strength punch. Bang! Changyang Hu's fist directly smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. His fist had already completely sunk into the ground. "Changyang Hu, you're courting death." Luo Jian's handsome face was pale with anger. He angrily shouted, and all the saint force of the wind attribute gathered on his fist. He then fiercely punched Changyang Hu's chest as fast as lightning. Pft! Changyang Hu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was directly sent flying by Luo Jian's punch. He flew for a distance of 4 or 5 meters before crashing to the ground. Just as Luo Jian wanted to rush up and beat up Changyang Hu, Tring Mingxiang suddenly stopped in front of him and said, "Luo Jian, it's enough to teach him a lesson. Our main target is Jianchen, not Changyang Hu. Let's first ask him about Changyang Shoten's whereabouts." Luo Jian slowly nodded and did not say anything. If other people came out to stop him, he would definitely disdain them. However, Luo Jian did not want to offend Qing Mingxiang. Qing Mingxiang came in front of Changyang Hu and sneered, "Changyang Hu, where is Changyang Shoten?" Changyang Hu struggled to get up from the ground. His face was now pale, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, his saint force was of the earth attribute, so his defense was stronger. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would not have had the strength to get up from the ground. Changyang Hu slowly glanced at the dozen youths and said in a deep voice, "I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." Although Changyang Hu was very confident in Jianshan's strength, he could tell at a glance that the dozen youths were all saints. He did not think that Jianshan could defeat so many people by himself. Qing Mingxiang's expression changed slightly, and he immediately became gloomy. He said coldly, "Changyang Hu, I'll ask you again. Where is Changyang Shoten?" Changyang Hu sneered, "I said I don't know." Humph. Qing Mingxiang coldly snorted and punched Changyang Hu in the face, knocking Changyang Hu to the ground again. He said coldly, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Changyang Hu's eyes burned with rage. He struggled to get up from the ground again and said angrily, "I won't tell you. Qing Mingxiang, you better kill me today. Otherwise, I, Changyang Hu, swear that I will make you regret it in the future." Qing Mingxiang's face showed a trace of disdain. "Changyang Hu, what qualifications do you have to say that? Just because of your identity as the young master of Changyang Prefecture? Humph, my Huayun sect does not put a mere Changyang Prefecture in our eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Mingxiang's eyes flashed with a cold light. His right hand formed a fist, and a fiery red light flickered on his fist. He directly punched Changyang Hu in the head and said angrily, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Changyang Hu's head was broken and bleeding from Qing Mingxiang's fist. Blood flowed from his forehead and quickly rolled down his resolute face, making him look incomparably fierce. "I'll fight you to the death." Changyang Hu could no longer bear it. A huge cyan axe appeared in his left hand, and he roared as he swung it at Qing Mingxiang. A huge fiery red sword appeared in Qing Mingxiang's hand, and he easily blocked Changyang Hu's attack. Not to mention that Changyang Hu was currently seriously injured, and he was using the axe in his left hand that he was not familiar with. Even if he was in his peak condition, he would definitely not be Qing Mingxiang's opponent. Qing Mingxiang looked at Changyang Hu in disdain, and said mockingly, "Changyang Hu, I advise you to obediently tell me the whereabouts of Changyang Shoten, and save yourself from physical pain." Changyang Hu gasped for breath. At this moment, he was surprisingly calm. He was very clear in his heart that if he continued to stay here, he would definitely be in danger. He carefully looked at the surrounding terrain, and after making some mental calculations, he immediately put away his saint weapon, turned around, and ran in the direction of the academy's field. This small forest was very remote. Usually, almost no one would pass by here, and what happened here would naturally not be known by the outside world. He believed that once he ran to a place with many people, Qing Mingxiang and the others would definitely not dare to make a move. Moreover, he had many good friends in the academy. Although Changyang Hu did not expect them to help him fight against Qing Mingxiang, at least they could still report to the academy's teachers and the vice principal. Seeing that Changyang Hu was actually running in the direction of the academy's field, Qing Mingxiang's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shouted, "Quickly stop him." The dozen or so youths standing behind him who had not made a move immediately rushed forward, and quickly chased after Changyang Hu. Qing Mingxiang's body also turned into a sharp sword, and shot towards Changyang Hu at an extremely fast speed. Changyang Hu was now seriously injured, and simply could not outrun the crowd. In a short moment, the people behind him had already closed the distance by a lot. Looking at the rapidly approaching enemies behind him, Changyang Hu understood that they would probably catch up to him before he could run out of the small forest. Thinking of this, Changyang Hu gritted his teeth, and his advancing body suddenly stopped, and then ran in the opposite direction into the depths of the small forest. Chongyang, whose sudden change of direction made everyone behind him feel very surprised, but immediately, a cold smile appeared on everyone's face, and the speed of the chase also slowed down. The group of people behind Chongyang who fanned out and chased after him unhurriedly. Beside Qing Mingxiang, Luo Jian sneered and said, looking at the direction in which Chongyang who is running, he is most likely going to find Chongyang Shoten. Qing Mingxiang nodded slightly and said, it makes sense. It seems that Chongyang Shoten is really not in the academy. Chongyang, who was running with all his strength in front. Now, not only was his forehead covered in blood, even his school uniform was dyed red by blood, looking incomparably miserable. He did not know where Jianchen was, but he knew that in the depths of the small forest, there was a hillside that was not high. The hillside's terrain was complex, and the trees were much more lush, very suitable for hiding. In a situation where there was no hope of returning to the academy, Chongyang, whose only way was to use the complex terrain of the hillside to shake off the group of people behind him. However, Chongyang, who might have forgotten that in the morning, when Jianchen finished teaching him about skills, he also left in the direction he was going now. Under a waterfall on the hillside, a young man wearing a school uniform was practicing swordsmanship on the grass not far from the pool. The young man's figure was relatively thin, and his long black hair reached his waist. He had a very handsome and resolute face, and a pair of eyes that shone with a sharp light like a sword, making people unable to look directly at him. In the young man's hand was a 4-foot-long, 2 fingers wide silver-white thin long sword. On the sword's surface there were 2 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Breeze. The young man stood there quietly, holding the long sword in his hand, the tip of the sword slanted to the ground. His whole body was as motionless as a mountain. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed through the young man's eyes. At this moment, his body began to move without any warning. His body arched as he rapidly moved on the spot. The silver-white sword in his hand had completely turned into a white blur. Countless sword shadows constantly flashed through the white blur, leaving only afterimages in the air. The young man's mysterious footwork allowed him to move back and forth in a fixed area. His movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. He was extremely agile, just like a cunning rabbit. The speed at which he stabbed his sword was unbelievably fast, making it impossible for the naked eye to catch him. Chapter 61. Jianchen quickly moved across the grass. The light wind sword in his hand had already turned into a silver ray of light as he stabbed in all directions. His sword technique was swift and fierce. Following Jianchen's quick movements, the wind brought about by his movements caused some of the leaves on the ground to flutter in the air. They looked like butterflies dancing around Jianchen. At this time, Jianchen's sword technique suddenly changed. Even though his sword technique was still as fast as before, every time he stabbed out, the tip of the sword would tremble at an extremely high frequency. The trembling of the sword tip formed a blurry image that normal people wouldn't be able to see clearly. After a moment, the sword in Jianchen's hand suddenly stopped moving. However, even after such a long period of intense movement, Jianchen didn't seem to be panting at all. His breathing was still as steady as before. At the same time, the moment Jianchen stopped, the surrounding leaves that were fluttering in the air also shattered and turned into powder. Only a small portion of the leaves remained intact. The only difference was that half of the leaves had the word sword carved on it. Although the size of the word was different, it took up the entire leaf. The other half of the leaves had the word sword carved on it, but it was either unclear or incomplete. If other people were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked to the point that their mouths would be wide open. This scene was simply too shocking. It must be known that in the scene just now, the leaves were fluttering chaotically in the air. Countless leaves were constantly intertwining with one another. Just looking at one of the leaves would cause one to be dazzled. Not to mention using a sharp sword to carve a word on it. Most importantly, the leaves were very thin and easily broken. Using a sharp sword to carve a word on such a thin leaf, without leaving a single mark on it, was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Jianshan's actions were to be made known to others, then his name would definitely spread across the entire Tianyuan continent in a very short period of time. Looking at the leaves and leaf powder that slowly drifted down from the sky, a smile gradually appeared on Jianshan's face. He muttered to himself, "Although the speed of the sword is much slower, my control over the sword is so strong that it can't be compared to my previous life. It's as if the sword has completely become my left and right arm. Perhaps this is the advantage of a saint weapon in this world." At this moment, Jianshan's ears twitched slightly. His eyes narrowed and he raised his head to look at the forest in front of him. The silver-white sword in his hand also disappeared. Not long after, the trees where Jianshan was looking at began to tremble slightly. Following that, a person wearing a school uniform and covered in blood staggered out of the forest. When Jianshan's gaze fell on the person's clothes, he already knew that this person was a student of Kargath Academy. However, the blood on the person's clothes made Jianshan feel very puzzled. There were no magical beasts in the surroundings, so how could he be injured? Moreover, Kargath Academy had a clear rule that students could spar with each other, but it was forbidden to fight to the death. However, when Jianshan's gaze fell on the student's face, his face suddenly froze. At this moment, his gaze suddenly froze. He stared straight at the youth whose face was half covered in blood with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. "Big brother!" Jianshan let out a cry of surprise. His voice was filled with astonishment. Following that, his body slightly swayed and in a short instant, he had already crossed the distance of 30 meters and arrived in front of the youth, who was covered in blood. Seeing the several hideous and terrifying wounds on the youth's body and the already damaged flesh on his forehead, Jianshan's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. He said in alarm, "Big brother, what happened to you? Who injured you like this?" Following his voice, a strong killing intent was emitted from Jianshan's body. Other than his mother, Jianshan was the second person who truly cared about his big brother Changyang, who since he had come to this world. This was because Changyang who completely treated him as a younger brother. Jianshan could still clearly remember that when he had first come to Kargath Academy, his big brother Changyang, who had brought him around the academy and introduced him to the rules of the academy as well as other matters. Afterwards, he had even taken great risks and spared no effort to travel 10 kilometers to kill a Class 1 magical beast in the forest. His goal was to give him a Class 1 monster core as a meeting gift. Although Class 1 magical beasts were no threat to Jianshan in the slightest, Changyang, who did not have as much experience and powerful battle prowess as him, with only the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force, it was definitely not easy for him to kill a Class 1 magical beast. Later on, when he had fought with Kadiyun in the arena, his big brother Changyang, who had considered his own lack of strength and took the initiative to fight Kadiyun in the arena. Jianshan could clearly feel that his big brother Changyang, whose concern for him had always been from the bottom of his heart. Now, in Jianshan's heart, Changyang, who had already become a close relative. In his previous life, Jianshan had been born in a time of war. When he was still an infant, his parents had been killed by the enemy because of the war. In that life, Jianshan had no relatives and had never experienced the feeling of family. Since the heavens had arranged such a good fate for him in this life, Jianshan treasured it very much. In Jianshan's heart, Changyang, who had long occupied an important position second only to his mother, by Yuntian. Seeing Changyang who beaten to such a state, the anger in Jianshan's heart had already reached an unprecedented height. With his eyesight, he could tell with a single glance that these wounds were caused by someone. Seeing Jianshan suddenly appear in front of him, Changyang, whose expression was also stunned. However, his expression suddenly changed and he anxiously said, "Fourth brother, why are you here? Quickly leave this place. They'll catch up soon." Changyang, whose face was full of anxiety. He had never thought that he would actually meet Jianchen here. Jianchen's face became extremely gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "Big brother, who beat you up like this?" Anyone could hear the anger in Jianchen's voice that he was trying to suppress. Changyang, who pushed Jianchen's body with both hands. His tone was full of anxiety. "Fourth brother, don't ask so much. Quickly leave here and take a detour back to the academy. Otherwise, they will never let you go." Although he knew that Jianchen was very strong and could defeat an intermediate saint, Changyang, who would never think that Jianchen alone could face more than a dozen students with the strength of saints. Moreover, one of them was Qing Mingxiang, who had reached the strength of an advanced saint. Jianchen's body stood there like a stone sculpture. No matter how hard Changyang who tried to push him, he could not move. Jianchen's eyes flashed with extremely strong killing intent. He stared at the woods in front of him with extremely sharp eyes. More than a dozen people in school uniforms appeared where Jianchen was looking at. The ones walking in front were Qing Mingxiang and Luo Jian, whom Jianchen knew. As soon as they saw Jianchen, Qing Mingxiang, Luo Jian, and the others showed a trace of joy on their faces. Luo Jian even laughed out loud and said, "Changyang Shoten, we've finally found you. Let's see where you can run to this time." More than a dozen young people quickly stepped forward without any instructions and immediately surrounded Jianchen and Changyang, whose expression drastically changed when he saw that he had been surrounded again. His face immediately became ugly, and he let out a long sigh. He did not say anything. Facing more than a dozen aggressive people, Jianchen did not show the slightest fear on his face. He was still so calm. It seemed that he did not put these people who were not weaker than him in his eyes at all. Jianchen's face was gloomy. His sharp eyes swept across the faces of the more than a dozen young people around him. Anyone who was swept by his eyes felt a faint pain on their faces. Then a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, as if Jianchen's eyes were completely sharp swords. "Who hurt my big brother?" Jianchen's tone suddenly changed. He shouted, "Stand out!" As he spoke, a huge aura emanated from his body. Facing more than a dozen people who were not weaker than him, Jianchen did not show the slightest fear. Instead, his aura was high, and he had a great momentum of not giving up. Jianchen's shout, coupled with the huge aura emanating from his body, frightened the group of people opposite him, including Qing Mingxiang, to take a step back. After all, Jianchen was a person who had experienced the baptism of slaughter. He was far from being comparable to a group of immature students. Realizing that he had been scared away by Jianchen's shout, Qing Mingxiang's face turned blue with anger. He, a senior saint, was actually scared away by a freshman who had just become a saint a few days ago. This was simply unacceptable to him. "Changyang Shoten, you're courting death." Qing Mingxiang flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a loud shout, a huge fiery red sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a fiery red light, the huge sword pierced toward Jianchen's chest with a burst of hot aura. Humph! Looking at the incoming huge sword, Jianchen's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. Immediately, the light wind sword appeared in his right hand and met Qing Mingxiang's huge sword with lightning speed. Ding! Following a crisp sound, the tips of the two swords, which were completely out of proportion, came into contact with each other in an inconceivable manner. Looking at the two swords touching each other, Qing Mingxiang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Whether it was the huge sword in his hand or the long sword in Jianchen's hand, the tip of the sword was very small. At such a fast speed, for the two swords to touch each other steadily was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. And to be able to do this, one had to be incomparably powerful. Moreover, their control over their saint weapons had already reached an extraordinary level. However, for Jianchen to be able to do this with just the strength of a saint, Qing Mingxiang found it hard to believe. It wasn't that he didn't think that this was a coincidence, but when he saw Jianchen's calm expression, he immediately dispelled that thought. What made Qing Mingxiang even more surprised was the sword in Jianshan's hand. This sword was just too small. In his eyes, this sword was like an enlarged version of an embroidery needle. It was 4 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was as thin as a piece of paper. Anyone who saw it at first glance would think that this sword was very fragile, as if it could be broken with just a little bit of strength. Qing Mingxiang dared to swear that this was the first time he had seen such a delicate sword. In fact, he had never even heard of it before. This was because in the Tianyuan continent, everyone used heavy weapons. Condensing one's own saint weapon into a heavy weapon had already become a habit that was deeply planted in everyone's heart. Chapter 62. Qing Mingxiang's expression became serious. At this moment, facing a new student who had just become a saint a few days ago, this was the first time he had to face him properly. Qing Mingxiang, since you've injured my big brother, then don't even think about leaving here unscathed. Jianshan coldly stared at Qing Mingxiang. Qing Mingxiang coldly snorted and arrogantly said, "Changyang Shoten, I admit that I've underestimated you. But if you want to keep me here, then you don't have the ability to do so." Jianshan sneered as he looked at Qing Mingxiang with a trace of disdain. "Whether I have the ability or not, you'll know once you try." As soon as his voice fell, Jianshan's wrist shook slightly. Under his skillful control, the light wind sword broke free from the stalemate with Qing Mingxiang's greatsword and fiercely slammed into Qing Mingxiang's greatsword. Clang! With the sound of metal colliding, Qing Mingxiang's greatsword was directly knocked to the side by the light wind sword. Jianshan's greatsword was only 2 fingers thick, but it contained a frightening amount of power. Qing Mingxiang's hand that was holding the greatsword was numb from the impact. At the same time, Jianshan's light wind sword left a trail of silver light in the air as it pierced towards Qing Mingxiang's chest at an extremely fast speed. Qing Mingxiang was shocked. Jianshan's sword was so fast that he couldn't even see it coming. In his eyes, all he could see was a silver streak of light shooting towards him at an incredible speed. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. The tip of the light wind sword pierced through Qing Mingxiang's uniform and directly into his chest. But under Jianshan's control, it didn't go too deep. When Qing Mingxiang felt a sharp pain in his chest, he immediately reacted and quickly retreated. As he retreated, Jianshan pulled out the sword that had pierced his chest. Qing Mingxiang looked at his chest that was stained red with blood. His eyes revealed a trace of fear. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Jianshan's sword that was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. He swore that since he was a child, this was the fastest sword he had ever seen. At the same time, he was also shocked by Jianshan's strength. He really couldn't understand how a new student who had just become a saint could have such strength. Jianshan didn't plan on letting Qing Mingxiang go so easily. Using a mysterious footwork, he appeared in front of Qing Mingxiang like a ghost. The light wind sword in his hand turned into a silver ray of light as it slashed across Qing Mingxiang's chest. "Ah!" Qing Mingxiang let out a miserable scream, only to see that there was already a bloody wound on his chest. The wound spread from the left side of his chest all the way to the right side. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. Bright red blood surged out, and in the blink of an eye, his school uniform was dyed red. Jianshan's eyes were still filled with anger. He continued to dance with the light wind sword, adding more and more wounds to Qing Mingxiang's body. Qing Mingxiang's mouth continued to let out blood-curdling screams. The arrogance on his face had long since disappeared. Facing Jianshan's extremely fast sword technique, he simply couldn't dodge. His body didn't even have the strength to resist. Jianshan's sword technique was simply too fast in his eyes. Every stab seemed to have turned into a ray of light, making it impossible for him to see clearly. Although his saint force was much stronger than Jianshan's, he didn't even have the opportunity to use it. He had completely lost the ability to fight back. The wounds on Qing Mingxiang's body continued to increase. Each wound looked hideous and terrifying, so deep that the bones could be seen. His originally clean school uniform was not only cut with a few long tears, but the entire set of school uniform was gradually dyed blood red. Moreover, the red range was constantly expanding. Seeing Qing Mingxiang, who was the strongest amongst them, unable to resist at all, the surrounding students were all dumbstruck. They stared blankly at Qing Mingxiang, who constantly let out cries of agony. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at Qing Mingxiang, who had completely overturned everything they knew. Luo Jian was the first to react. Although he was also shocked by Jianqin's strength, when he saw that there were more than 10 of his companions around him who were at least primary saints, he couldn't help but feel emboldened. He immediately roared, "Everyone attack together! No matter how strong he is only one person. Don't tell me that with so many of us here, we are afraid of him." Saying that, a light green greatsword appeared in Luo Jian's hand. With a roar, he took the lead and charged towards Jianqin. Hearing Luo Jian's words, the other dozen or so students came back to their senses. Looking at their companions, the fear in their hearts from Jianqin's display of strength was swept away. Next, huge swords, axes, sabers, spears, and many other weapons appeared in the hands of the dozen or so people. They then aggressively charged towards Jianqin. Jianqin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Facing more than 10 people who were not any weaker than him, he did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to charge into their encirclement. The light wind sword in his hand turned into a silver light as it pierced towards the chest of one of the students. Pooh! Jianqin's light wind sword easily pierced through the student's chest. His sword was so fast that it was not something that a group of inexperienced students could block. Ha! Go to hell! At the same time, Jianqin was also surrounded by more than 10 people. More than 10 saint weapons emitted strong energy fluctuations as they attacked Jianqin from all directions. Jianqin's face revealed a trace of a cold smile. The light wind sword in his hand emitted a misty sword aura as it emitted a strong and sharp sword chi. Following that, Jianqin's right arm turned into a blur as he stabbed the light wind sword in all directions with lightning speed. Every time he stabbed out, Jianqin would accurately hit a weapon. In this short period of time, Jianqin had already stabbed out more than 10 times. Ding! 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 A series of clanging sounds of metal colliding rang out in the air. The sounds had already merged into one, as if there was only one sound. When the light wind sword in Jianqin's hand collided with the saint weapons, the faces of those who were attacking Jianqin, including Luo Jian, changed. They all took a few steps back as their hands that were holding onto their weapons began to tremble. Although Jianqin's sword looked very small, the power that was hidden within it was very large. When these 10 people first collided with Jianqin's sword, their arms were already numb from the impact of the collision. Even after blocking the attacks of more than 10 people, Jianqin's expression didn't change at all. His movements didn't stop at all. His feet moved in a mysterious pattern as he shuttled back and forth between the dozen people. The light wind sword in his hand danced at an extremely fast speed, gradually forming a silvery white sword light in front of him. Within the sword light, one could faintly see thousands of sword images floating in the air before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ah! Following Jianqin's ghostly movements, screams of pain could be heard coming from the battlefield. The miserable screams caused those who were not mentally strong to feel a chill run down their spine. The blood-soaked Chongyang who stood to one side in a daze. He stared blankly at Jianqin, who constantly changed positions and moved around like a ghost, and at the miserable cries of over a dozen students. At that moment, his mind seemed to have stopped working. He had completely lost the ability to think. At this moment, the 10 students were all lying on the ground, their pale faces filled with pain. Originally, they were wearing a clean and pristine uniform, but now there were multiple tears. Each tear was dripping with blood, staining the school uniform red. Moreover, as the white light continued to flash on their bodies, the number of wounds on their bodies quickly increased. Initially, it was the upper half of their bodies, but it gradually spread to their thighs. In the end, their entire bodies were covered with terrifying wounds. The blood that was gushing out from their wounds was like a fountain, quickly turning them into people covered in blood. Jianchen quickly circled around the 10 students. In his hands, the light wind sword continuously slashed at the bodies of the 10 students, causing blood and torn clothes to fly into the air. Changyang, whose injuries had greatly affected Jianchen's heart. Towards these 10 students from the same school, Jianchen did not kill them, but he would definitely not let them off so easily. If these 10 people were not from the same school as Jianchen, and if Jianchen was not worried about bringing too much trouble to his family, he would definitely not hesitate to kill them. Senior Changyang Shoten, spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Senior Changyang Shoten, please let us off this time, we won't dare to do it again. Finally, someone could no longer bear the hellish torture and begged for mercy in a pleading tone. With someone taking the lead, the people behind began to beg for mercy one by one. However, there were still a few stubborn people who gritted their teeth and persisted. It was not that they did not think of running away, but whether it was their thighs or their right arms, they were all covered with terrifying wounds. Even the slightest movement would cause them to grit their teeth in pain, not to mention running away. At the very least, they did not have the willpower to endure this kind of heart-wrenching pain. Jianchen gradually stopped. His face was still as cold as before. His face was not red and he was not panting. However, the light wind sword in his hand was already stained with blood. Jianchen's body was like a tall and straight mountain as he stood in the middle of the field. His pair of eyes seemed to be able to steal a person's soul as they flashed with a cold light. He slowly swept his gaze over the 10 students lying on the ground and said, "I can let you go, but tell me, who was it that injured my big brother?" It was young Master Qing, Luo Jian, and Kadiun. Yes, it was the 3 of them who injured Changyang who was injured by the 3 of them. We did not even make a move. The 10 youths scrambled to be the first to speak, as if they were afraid that Jianchen would be dissatisfied if they were too slow. At this moment, they no longer had any thoughts of taking revenge on Jianchen, and some of them even regretted participating in this mission. Among them, only half of them had their cores stolen by Jianchen in the forest. The other half had no enmity with Jianchen and were only gathered by Qing Mingxiang. Jianchen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned to look at Qing Mingxiang, Luo Jian, and Kadiun. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 63. Changyang Shoten, what are you doing? If you know what's good for you, you'd better let me go and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, just wait for my Huayan sex revenge. Qing Mingxiang shouted. Seeing Jianchen's current appearance, even an idiot could guess that Jianchen wasn't planning on letting them go so easily. Right now, Qing Mingxiang only wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. As for revenge, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jianchen coldly snorted and said, "Letting you go? It won't be that easy." Hearing these words, Qing Mingxiang and the other 2's faces suddenly changed. Kadian's face darkened as he said, "Changyang Shoten, we did injure your big brother Changyang but now that you've injured us, let's cancel each other out." Jianchen slowly walked towards the 3 of them, his light wind sword emitting a sharp sword chi. It looked as if the light wind sword was wrapped in a silvery white aura that flickered in and out of existence. Cancel each other out? How could it be that easy? Today, the 3 of you will leave behind an arm. If you dare to attack us again in the future, I'll take your life. As he spoke, Jianchen had already arrived in front of Kadiun. The light wind sword in his hand emitted a beautiful silver light as it swept across Kadiun's right shoulder like a bolt of lightning. Kadiun let out a miserable scream. The intense pain caused his face to become completely distorted. His face had already become as white as paper, without a trace of blood. From his right arm, blood spurted out like a fountain. His entire right arm had already been separated from his body and fell to the ground. Jianxin's sword had directly cut off Kadiyun's right arm. Qing Mingxiang and Luo Jian's faces suddenly changed. Their facial muscles trembled at the same time as they stared in horror at Kadiyun, whose right arm had been cut off and who was still screaming miserably. Their faces had become incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. The 10 students who were lying on the ground looked at Jianxin with eyes full of fear. Jianxin's actions were completely out of their expectations. None of them would have thought that Jianxin would be so ruthless as to cut off someone's arm without hesitation. This scene had scared them to the point that their hearts were filled with apprehension. Each and every one of them looked at Jianxin with eyes full of fear. At this moment, they were secretly rejoicing that they had not made a move against Changyang Hu. Otherwise, they would have never doubted that Jianxin would cut off their own arm. After cutting off Qing Mingxiang's arm, Jianxin acted as if he had just done something insignificant. His expression did not change in the slightest. Whether it was the bloody scene or Kadiyun's miserable cries of pain, it did not affect his state of mind. Then, Jianxin looked at Luo Jian and slowly walked towards him with the blood-stained light wind sword. Seeing Jianxin approach, Luo Jian's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. Resisting the pain from his wound, he desperately slid his 4 limbs backwards at a snail's pace as he cried out in alarm, "Changyang Shoten, what are you doing? Don't come over, don't come over!" Jianxin leisurely walked in front of Luo Jian and looked at him with a cold gaze. There was no trace of pity in his eyes as he slowly raised the light wind sword in his hand. Seeing Jianxin raise the silver sword in his hand, Luo Jian's expression was completely replaced with fear. He no longer had the arrogance from before and begged, "Changyang Shoten, don't. I beg you, don't cut off my arm. If you let me go this time, I, Luo Jian, swear that I will repay you in the future." Jianxin did not move at all. The light wind sword in his hand turned into a silver light, and under Luo Jian's terrified and disbelieving gaze, it cut off his arm with lightning speed. Following a miserable scream, Luo Jian's right arm fell off from his shoulder. Blood gushed out from the wound and sprayed out from the wound. "Changyang Shoten, I will definitely not let you go." Luo Jian's expression became extremely fierce as he roared with a heart-wrenching voice. His eyes were faintly red as he looked at Jianxin with a gaze full of hatred and resentment. Jianxin ignored Luo Jian's roar and continued to walk towards Qing Mingxiang. Qing Mingxiang's face had already become incomparably pale. Right now, his heart was filled with regret. If he had known that Jianxin was so strong earlier, he would not have brought only a dozen saints to take revenge on Jianxin. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Looking at Jianxin, who was walking towards him, Qing Mingxiang suppressed the fear in his heart and forced himself to calm down. "Changyang Shoten, if you don't want your family to..." Just when Qing Mingxiang reached there, Jianxin's face changed slightly. A vicious light flashed through his eyes, and with a sway of his body, he arrived before Qing Mingxiang like a ghost. Before Qing Mingxiang could finish his sentence, Jianxin swung his sword and cut off Qing Mingxiang's right arm. Qing Mingxiang let out a muffled groan as his expression became one of pain. Unlike Luo Jian and Kadiyun, he did not let out a scream as his voice was forcefully suppressed in his throat. However, from the way his face was completely distorted, one could see how much pain he was in. Jianxin coldly looked at the 3 of them and coldly snorted, "Today, I will temporarily break your wall. If there is a next time, I will directly take your life. Don't think that I am speaking without thinking, I am a man of my word." After saying this, Jianxin's sharp gaze swept over the other dozen students present. Every student who was swept by Jianxin's gaze had their heads lowered in fear. At this moment, after witnessing Jianxin's ruthless methods, they did not dare to have the slightest thought of revenge in their hearts. Jianxin looked at the blood-stained light wind sword in his hand. With a thought, the blood on the light wind sword suddenly began to flow towards the tip of the sword. Finally, all of the blood gathered together and dripped onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the light wind sword that was originally covered in blood once again became incomparably bright silver. After retrieving the light wind sword, Jianchen walked in front of his elder brother, Changyang-hu. Looking at the bloodied Changyang-hu, Jianchen's cold gaze immediately softened. With a slightly concerned tone, he said, "Elder brother, let's go back." Changyang-hu blankly nodded his head. Right now, the light in his eyes was still sluggish. He still hadn't recovered from the scene that had just happened. Perhaps the scene that had happened in front of him was too hard for him to accept. Jianchen supported the bloodied Changyang-hu as they walked along a secluded path back to the dormitory. Even so, along the way they still startled quite a few people. Soon, the news of Changyang-hu's injuries began to spread throughout the academy. Not long after Jianchen returned to the dormitory, the bloodied Qing Mingxiang and a dozen others supported each other as they struggled to walk out from the depths of the forest on the east side of the academy. As soon as they appeared in front of the students, they immediately caused a wave of shock, especially when they saw Qing Mingxiang, Luo Jian, and Kadiyun's severed arms. Everyone who saw this scene widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. The news of Qing Mingxiang and a dozen others being injured spread like wildfire throughout the entire Kargath Academy. This matter was immediately reported to the vice principal, Bai En. When Vice Principal Bai En heard that Qing Mingxiang and a few others had their arms severed, he took this matter very seriously and immediately rushed to the Academy's infirmary. When Bai En arrived at the Academy's infirmary, a large group of students who had heard the news had already gathered outside of the infirmary. Vice President Bai En pushed through the crowd of students and directly squeezed into the Medical Administration Department. He saw that in the Medical Administration Department's large bed, there were more than a dozen students covered in blood lying on it. And in the center of the room, 2 middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman were closing their eyes slightly, their hands flat on top of 3 of the students. A milky white light was emitted from their hands, enveloping the 3 students. Enveloped by the milky white light, the terrifying wounds on the bodies of the 3 students were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The healing speed was simply inconceivable. In just a few breaths of time, the wounds on the bodies of the 3 students had completely disappeared. When the wounds on their bodies disappeared, the complexions of the 3 students clearly improved. There was no longer the slightest bit of pain on their faces. Instead, their faces were filled with relief. Even so, from the depths of their eyes, one could still see traces of fear. After treating the 3 students, the 2 men and 1 woman slightly bowed to Bai En, and then threw themselves into the treatment of the remaining students. The vice principal's face was unsightly as he slowly swept his gaze over the remaining students. Especially when his gaze landed on Qing Mingxiang and the other 2 who had lost their right arms, his face became even more gloomy. In a deep voice he asked, "What is going on? Who injured you like this? Could it be those outsiders who were passing by? Humph, don't they know that this area is my Kargath Academy's territory? They actually dared to injure my students in our Kargath Academy's territory. How preposterous." Bai En's face was filled with anger. Obviously, he already believed that Qing Mingxiang and the others were injured by some outsiders who were passing by Kargath Academy. "Vice Principal, it was Changyang Shoten. We were all injured by Changyang Shoten," a student said in a weak voice. "Yes, Vice Principal, you must seek justice for us. Not only did Changyang Shoten seriously injure us, he even chopped off the arms of young Master Qing and the other 2, Vice Principal." Bai En was stunned when he heard that, and he felt disbelief in his heart. Among these students, even the weakest was a primary saint. Moreover, there were several intermediate saints and 1 advanced saint. Even if they encountered someone with the strength of a great saint, they would definitely be able to put up a fight. But what he couldn't believe was that so many of them had actually been beaten black and blue by a new student who had just advanced to the saint realm a few days ago. This moved Bai En, and he felt that it was extremely inconceivable. After confirming the authenticity of this matter, Bayan's face immediately became grave. Finally, with a heavy heart, he directly went to the top of the tower to find the vice principal of the academy. This matter was really too big. It was far from something that Bayan could solve. When Bayan roughly told the vice principal of the matter, the vice principal lost his usual steadiness. With a face full of shock, he stood up from his chair and said, "What? What you said is true. Qing Mingxiang, Luo Jian and Ka Diyun's arms were all chopped off by Changyang Shoten." "Yes, Vice Principal. I personally went to see them. Their arms were indeed chopped off," Bayan said with a serious face. "Ai." The Vice Principal sighed heavily and said, "This is troublesome. Changyang Shoten is too impulsive. I don't care about the Ka Di family and the Luo family, but the Huayun sect is not something that Changyang Prefecture can provoke." Chapter 64. After a moment of silence, the principal said, "You're right. Changyang Shoten must be protected. Bayan, you stay in the academy and stabilize this matter for the time being. I need to immediately make a trip to Changyang Prefecture. Otherwise, once the experts of the Huayun sect arrive at the academy, things will be terrible." Afterwards, the dean did not go through the main door. He directly leaped out of the window of the tower. Then, like a large bird, he rose into the sky at an extremely fast speed and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. Watching the principal disappear into the horizon, Bayan sighed and muttered, "This time, Changyang Shoten has really caused too much trouble. If he had only injured a few of them, things wouldn't have ended up like this. But he actually cut off Qing Mingxiang's arm. Although it's not impossible for Qing Mingxiang's arm to recover, his condition is just too harsh. A 7th-class Radiant Saint Master is not someone the Huayun sect can afford." At this moment, the matter of Qing Mingxiang and the other two having their arms cut off by Jianchen had already spread throughout the entire Kargath Academy. Everyone was talking about this matter. As the truth of this matter gradually spread among the students, Jianchen's strength once again shocked all the teachers and students of the Kargath Academy. While the academy was in an uproar over this matter, Jianchen was sitting cross-legged in his room with his head lowered in thought. When he had cut off the arms of Qing Mingxiang and the other two, Jianchen had already realized that he had probably provoked a huge problem. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of regret. Now, Jianchen was quietly thinking about how he should deal with the revenge from the three families. A day passed by very quickly. Evening. Dong dong dong. A series of knocks came from Jianchen's door. Hearing this, Jianchen, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, slowly opened his eyes. Lowering his head to look at the Class 1 monster cores that had already disappeared without a trace, he inwardly sighed. Afterwards, he looked towards the door and said, "Who is it?" "Changyang Shoten, I am Vice Principal Bayan." Bayan's familiar voice came from outside the door. Jianchen immediately got off his bed and opened the door. He saw the white-robed Vice Principal Bayan standing straight outside the door. However, Bayan's complexion was not very good. "Vice Principal, what's the matter?" Jianchen opened his mouth and asked. His tone was extremely calm. Although he had already realized something, it did not cause the slightest fluctuation in his calm. Vice Principal Bayan looked at Jianchen with a complicated expression on his face. He faintly sighed and said, "Changyang Shoten, pack your things and immediately come with me to the principal's office." Jianchen faintly replied. Afterwards, he did not say anything and silently returned to the dormitory to pack his things. Jianchen did not have many things to pack. He put some of his own medicine into his space belt and then followed Bayan to the only tower in the center of the academy. "Hey, look, isn't that Changyang Shoten?" "That's right. Look at how he's together with the vice principal. He's probably going to be severely punished." When passing by the field, the students who recognized Jianchen immediately focused their attention on him and started discussing. Jianchen turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. He followed Vice Principal Bai En and quickly arrived at the tower in the center of the academy. Then, he directly went to the top of the tower and entered the principal's office. There were 2 old men sitting at a round table in the dean's office. One of them was the dean of Kargath Academy, while the other old man was wearing a long green robe. His long black hair was simply tied up and casually fell behind his back. The old man in the green robe looked ordinary, as if he was just an ordinary old man. Principal, Changyang Shoten has been brought here. Vice Principal Bai En slightly bowed and said. Hearing this, the principal's gaze immediately fell on Jianchen. Then, he said in a flat tone, Bai En, you may leave. Yes. Soon, Bai En walked out. Now, only Jianchen, the principal of Kargath Academy, and the old man in the green robe were left in the office. Ever since Jianchen entered, his gaze fell on the old man in the green robe. Jianchen was no stranger to this old man. He was the housekeeper of Changyang Prefecture. Changbo, why are you here? Jianchen looked at the old man in the green robe and asked. Changbo looked at Jianchen with a complicated gaze. He let out a long sigh and said, Fourth young master, we all know about your achievements in the academy these days. Both your parents are very happy with your performance. But this time, you were too impulsive. Jianchen naturally understood what Changbo was talking about. He firmly said, Changbo, I don't regret it. They only have themselves to blame for this. My elder brother didn't offend them at all, but they actually beat him to such a state. If I were given a chance to start over, I would still choose to do the same. Changbo inwardly sighed and said, Fourth young master, I don't object to your way of doing things. After all, on the Tianyuan continent, strength is everything. Although they are not as strong as you didn't consider the power behind them. If it was just the Kardi clan and the Luo clan, our Changyang prefecture could barely deal with them. However, Qing Mingxiang is the only son of the current sect master of the Huayun sect. In the kingdom of Jessen, the Huayun sect is second only to the imperial family. It is not an existence that our Changyang prefecture can provoke. Changyang Shoten, the Huayun sect, is extremely powerful. Although it is not as powerful as the imperial family, it is still feared by the imperial family. Of the 6 great experts of the kingdom of Jessen, 2 of them are from the Huayun sect, the dean solemnly said. Hearing this, Jianchen's expression also gradually became solemn. At this moment, a soft knock sounded from outside the door. Following which, a respectful voice sounded, Esteemed Dean, Changyang who has been brought here. Come in, the dean said. The door opened and a teacher walked in with Changyang who was wearing a brand new uniform, but there were still clear scars on his face. Changbo. As soon as he entered, Changyang who noticed Changbo standing beside the dean. He couldn't help but call out in surprise. The teacher didn't enter the dean's office. After sending Changyang Hu in, he respectfully bowed to the dean before gently closing the door. Changbo's gaze fell on the scars on Changyang Hu's face. A trace of anger flashed in his pair of ordinary old eyes, but his expression didn't change. He said in a gentle voice, Eldest young master, you've suffered. Changyang who didn't mind at all and shook his head saying, It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. However, Changbo, why did you come to the academy? Changyang whose tone carried a trace of doubt. Changbo's expression didn't change. He said in a gentle tone, Eldest young master, fourth young master, have you packed your things? Jianchen nodded silently and didn't say anything. I've packed my things. Changbo, are you here to take us away? Changyang who asked with a reluctant expression. Changbo nodded, that's right. I'm here to take you away. It's no longer suitable for you to continue staying in Kargath Academy. Hearing this, Changyang whose expression darkened. He had already stayed in Kargath Academy for quite some time. He already had a special feeling for the academy. Changyang Hu, Changyang Shoten, you two can leave first. I have some matters to discuss with Chang Bo, the dean suddenly said. Jianchen and Changyang Hu didn't have any objections. They turned around and walked out of the dean's office. Jianchen and Changyang Hu didn't have to wait for long. Chang Bo soon came out of the dean's office. But now, the way Chang Bo looked at Jianchen had changed. His eyes were filled with gratification and happiness. Jianchen and Changyang Shoten followed Chang Bo down the tower. They sat on Chang Bo's flying magic beast and left Kargath Academy. They flew straight in the direction of Lore City. Sitting on the back of the flying eagle, Jianchen and Changyang Hu didn't speak. On the way home, both of them seemed to have a lot on their minds. In Jianchen's mind, the loving face of his mother, Bai Yuntian, couldn't help but appear. Although Jianchen's state of mind was no longer that of a child, he had never experienced this hard-won motherly love in his previous life. Jianchen's resistance was obviously very low. In Jianchen's mind, he couldn't help but recall his life in Changyang Prefecture. His mother's 100% care and love for him. This made Jianchen's cold heart, which had never experienced motherly love and familial love, feel as if it was placed in a warm ocean. He enjoyed and cherished it very much. Time passed quietly. The Class 4 flying eagle quickly soared through the sky. Its extreme speed brought about gusts of whistling wind that constantly roared and roared in Jianchen's ears. Jianchen's long black hair that reached his waist danced wildly in the whistling wind. Coupled with his handsome and extremely dashing appearance, he looked even more dashing. The flying magic beast flew over various cities and villages in the pitch-black sky. After a few hours of continuous flight and a journey of several thousand kilometers, it finally successfully arrived at Lore City. Under the control of Chang Bo, the flying eagle slowly descended in the backyard of Changyang Prefecture. The miscellaneous people in the backyard had already been evacuated. Those who remained were the loyal guards of Changyang Prefecture. With a sudden gust of wind, the flying eagle slowly descended in the backyard of Changyang Prefecture. As soon as the flying eagle landed, Jianchen, Changyang Hu, and Chang Bo jumped off from its back. Over a dozen people had already gathered before the flying eagle. The leader was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He wore black and white robes. He was the master of Changyang Prefecture, as well as Jianchen's father, Changyang Ba. Beside Changyang Ba stood 4 extremely beautiful women. They were Jianchen's mother and 3 other aunts. Between the 4 women stood a girl who seemed to be in her teens. She was Jianchen's second sister, Changyang Mingyue, whom he had not seen for several months. Beside Changyang Mingyue was a boy who seemed to be around the same age as Jianchen. They were Jianchen's 3 Changyang Kus. However, Changyang Ku currently looked at Jianchen with a sliver of schadenfreude. Behind them stood a few middle-aged men and a few old men. They were all people of great authority in Changyang Prefecture. However, they were all extremely stern right now. Their gazes towards Jianchen were filled with mixed feelings. There was relief, anticipation, sighing, and helplessness. Chang Bo walked up to Changyang Ba and smiled faintly. Patriarch, fortunately, I have not failed you. I have safely brought back the 1st young master and the 4th young master. Chang Bo's expression was very calm. Changyang Ba clasped his hands at Chang Bo and said, Chang Bo, thank you for your hard work. You're too polite, Patriarch. This is only part of my job, Chang Bo said indifferently.